Hello everybody. How are we doing? We're going to be covering some Olimoleague games today as we have had this event continuing to happen over the course of the past few weeks. Obviously it happens every week. But we've been pretty busy with EU Cup and OSC Championship and all those kind of things. So we've not really had like a day to catch up on Olimoleague, and there was one Olimoleague that was specifically super exciting. A lot of people mentioned it to me. A lot of great players, and that's what we're going to cover today, which is Olimoleague 237, I think, at the time. So when this was actually live, I looked at the bracket live, and I was like, oh my god. The first, like, the bottom section of the bracket itself looked as though it could have been the top 8. And that was actually just, like, the round of 32, 16, and round of 8. So we're going to be covering pretty much that section today into the semis and the finals as well. From what I remember, I had someone double check this for me so I could write it down. So what I remember, the section of the bracket is something like Dark versus Rogue first, and then, well, I actually think it's written in the bracket command. So it's going to be Dark versus Rogue, the winner plays Clem, and then the winner plays Hero. I'm not sure who Hero and Clem played before. I don't want to check the bracket myself, but it was a pretty stacked section of the bracket in general. And those are the matches that we are going to be covering. So yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty fun set of games, a pretty fun day of StarCraft 2. And we're going to be diving right into it without really any waiting around. We'll give it a minute for some people to tune in as the stream is off a countdown and stuff. But yeah, we're going to start off with Rogue versus Dark. And then from Rogue versus Dark, we're going to, like I said, just follow basically this section of the bracket through into the semifinals, into the finals. Like I say, we know who the next couple matches are going to be. I got someone to check it for me and stuff like that. So it's going to be, again, Dark versus Rogue. The winner takes on Clem. The winner takes on Hero into both semifinals and the finals. I've got no idea what those semis look like. So yeah, that is where we're at. That's what we're doing. And yeah, we'll just give it a minute or two for some viewership to slip in. We have the YouTube stream just went live and stuff. And yeah, I've obviously been off the last couple of days, guys. I went to a gig on Tuesday. Yeah, I went to a concert on Tuesday. So I went to a gig on Tuesday. I had to drive there, so stayed overnight and then came back yesterday. And, we're back at the StarCraft today. We're going to be back all weekend long because this weekend we finish up the OSC Championship. So we're going to finish off January and start off February with OSC Championship action. Also got an event we're going to announce for next weekend as well. So that's coming up too. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of different things starting to happen. So very exciting. Yeah, awesome. Cool. Perfect. All right. If no one's got any super fantastic, amazing StarCraft questions they want to ask or questions about anything, then we will just get into some StarCraft 2, shall we? We'll just start. I'm trying to buy a couple minutes for people to filter in, but I think we can just start and get into some games. Blame everyone else for not clicking the moment they see their Twitch notification for WardiTV stream go live. Their fault for missing some cool games is what we'll call it. So yeah, should we do this, guys? Let's do it. Let's go cast some StarCraft 2. We're gonna start with Dark versus Rogue. And we're going to load into Frostline for game number 1. And what I do notice on the loading screen as I've just clicked it is that we're actually going to have not a ZVZ here. Yes, this is not going to be a ZVZ. This is actually going to be a PVZ as we get into the bottom left corner of the map. It is going to be our blue Zerg player. This is Rogue. And he is taking on the... Oops, sorry. The red Protoss player that is in the top right-hand side of the map. Dark. As we get into game number 1, let me actually put my health bars down, which that will help. So yeah, it is going to be Rogue, it is going to be Dark, and Dark is going to play Protoss, and Rogue is going to 12 pool him. So we are going to see the 12 pool coming up from Rogue, and he's going to get aggressive straight away. He says, you play your off race against me? Well, show me that you know how to play your off race. Right from the very get-go as this 12 pool starts here on Frostline. Do I have any news for SC2EWC? No, I've got absolutely no information about anything StarCraft related in terms of major events this year. Yeah, I've got absolutely zero info. I'm not special, they don't tell me anything. I will find out when you guys find out if there is or is not anything, basically. as our probe heads down to the bottom left-hand side. So just going to come down. Drone is going to nibble there. And that's going to be the probe taking a couple of shots. And then the few links continue out, and obviously we get into this 12 pool with the drone going across the map, going to go hatchery block, and that can obviously mess up the wall as well. So Dark, I mean, Dark is the kind of guy who's done this many a time, so he should have a rough idea of what's happening here and how things might turn. We drop down an additional gateway in the cybercore first. Zealot starts up. The wall is actually pretty good, so the wall behind this hatchery is good. I believe that is a complete wall, unless there's a slight gap on that right side. So that's actually quite pretty. So this hatchery is not really... I don't know if we need to keep this here necessarily. And the Zealot will pop out, hit that hatchery a few moments. Yeah, the probe just checked, I think, that wall on the bottom side. As the few lings are going to show up, and they can start on the gateway. I guess that's interesting, right? You can't stop the lings hitting the gateway. Oh. So yeah, the hatchery is achieving something. It's keeping the Zealot on the inside of the wall off, so that's a big issue. Battery starts, but yeah, we are going to have no gateway here. I mean, we're going to have a second gateway and a Corona boost. We'd really like to see Zealot number 2 popping out of this. We are going to get that second Zealot out. The gateway's going to die, so no point to put it in a weird position. Cybercore will take some damage. 4 lings there. Adept will begin. Adept, in theory, should be able to get rid of those lings eventually, but it's not going to be ready just yet. Well, Cybercore might actually be in some genuine trouble. The few probes are going to pull out as well. We got a few drones here already. We're going to drop spine crawlers down. Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to pull one probe back, put the extra batteries down. Dog tries to prep against this, but he's going to allow both of his Zealots to get surrounded. The battery's out of energy, and that means the Zealots will not live, and that is going to be, unfortunately, not quite what we're looking for. These lings slip into this natural. I mean, the Adept is going to survive. It's going to be able to shade away, but now actually going to get stuck in a corner a little bit. A few lings get onto it again. Remember, the 3 spine crawlers are building. It's only a matter of time before they're going to be poking at the front door, and apparently that's good enough to get the GG, as Rogue is going to take the opening game of this best of 3. So Rogue with the 12 pool and goes all out with it as well. The hatchery, the spine crawlers all coming into play, all getting going, and that is going to be a beautiful starting point from our boy, our boy Rogue in this series. Yeah, nicely done. At first I was really convinced that he'd walled off, so the hatch wasn't an issue, but losing that gateway so freely is obviously a pretty big problem. You're missing out on production that you would typically like to have kept a hold of. So that obviously has some negative impacts. And yeah, that's an interesting one that you then kind of have. But maybe Dog should have popped the Zealot out on the other side, but then you can't get the Zealot walled off again, so it's very risky. Does keeping that extra gate alive change much? Yeah, maybe. I mean, 2 Adepts popping out instead of 1 is a fairly big difference. Does it help you against the Spine Crawlers? Not so much. Then you need to be kind of well defended and be on your transition already as well. So there's game number 1, and we're going to head straight toward a game number 2 for, yeah, Dog vs. Rogue, second map, as we head into Abyssal. I don't stream all of the tournament matches. Not sure what you're referring to, but no, I do not stream all of the tournament matches in pretty much any event. But I don't know what you're actually referring to, so I can't really answer whatever that comment's going to be. We cast what we can, though. We actually have pretty much all the replays for the entire bracket of this Olimoleague. As Dark is playing Protoss again, by the way, here in the bottom right side. These are blue Protoss. Taking on the red Zerg in the top left, it is Rogue. Yeah, we actually have all the replays, but I like making this like a 4 to 5 hour stream. That is where I feel like we cast the best. We don't get too tired. We keep the energy levels good. And I think we're going to get a lot of the good matches in if we just kind of follow the section of bracket that we're going to follow. So we're just going to kind of take this as though we're casting a... we're going to take this as though we're casting it kind of live, which is we're going to do kind of pretty much 1 match from each round and then both semis and the finals. That is the plan for today. What do I consider the golden age for SE2, just in general, not just the pro scene? That's a good question. Probably like the early years of Legacy of the Void. I think like the early years of Legacy of Void, I think, and around the time it went free to play a few years later as well. Like that era was very good. There was a lot of tournaments. There was a lot of player variety. We still had Pro League back then, right, in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. When did Pro League end, actually? Let me do some, when was the last Pro League? 2016? Yeah. probably around there. Like, I feel like the first couple of years of Legacy of the Void, because we still had all the Pro League, we still had all of those events. The foreign scene was very good and getting better. The game was good when Legacy of the Void came out, and it only got better with more Legacy of the Void, to be honest. HOTS was really good. Yeah, HOTS was really good as well, but I'll never not remember HOTS for the Swarm host times. It's really hard to remember as well, because like Heart of the Swarm was from like 2012 or 2013 to 2015, right? It was like 2.5 years. And so it's like, that was like 2.5 years. And it's like, now Legacy of the Void's been out nearly 10 years, you know? So it feels like that was such a small period, but I do think the game got better from there. And I feel like it got better before there was a drop-off of, maybe early HOTS before Swarm host was super abused. Yeah, maybe that was a good time frame for StarCraft as well. No, I think any era when Pro League was a big thing, we had a lot of variety in the Korean and foreign scenes. So yeah, maybe then. In terms of raw gameplay, I think the further you go, the better it is. I know we don't have the variety in players anymore, but the level of gameplay right now is just unfathomable. Really, like if you go back to the start of Legacy of the Void and you look at the games then and you compare them to some of the games now, like back then you might have seen a flash or a game here or there that was extremely high level. You see that level brought into play way more frequently in this day and age of StarCraft 2, and I think a level above that as well. So while we have much less players, that's part of the problem of StarCraft 2, to be at the very top and to be at the best of the best. You're in a position where you know, it's very difficult to get there. It's like almost unachievable, and that's why our player base keeps reducing, because it's so difficult for others to keep up, and it's very, very difficult for anyone new to kind of get there. Whereas back at the start of Legacy and so on, it was like, you know, much more open, much more attainable. And maybe a few more different events and different placements that would matter as well, so. Good question. As you see, quite a few links here. They put some pressure on as a Rogue is going to try and break through this Adept. The second Adept comes back home. We will be able to build a structure here to get the second Adept rolled in if we needed it. We did not. The Oracle comes home as well. And these Lings will not do much. One Adept kill. Plays a third base from coming down. We're actually going to see Dark going into the Resonating Glaives as the next step. No ideal for Rogue, as he's putting some pressure on early, and he's going to end up being caught in a position where he's quite Ling heavy right now against these Glaives. And if he feels very safe with these Lings, the one thing I would hate to see happen here is that he avoids or he dodges the kind of the move in towards the Roaches. Lings are going to get in. That's going to be a pretty big scout, because now we're going to get to see the Twilight Council research, and so that gives you a good idea of what's going on. You see the extra gates, you see no Forge or Robo, so you really do start to put 2 and 2 together. The Roadtron starts up, and Dark's initial plan is very much so figured out in these early stages. His early setup here is 100% being completely confirmed, so we'll get that right away. Once again, the gates coming up, the Blink coming through, Nexus on the way as well. A couple spores also coming online. So it comes around to the front. Again, Lair on the way, the few Lings are on the way up. We're going to go and tag this Overlord and knock that back, push that away, and hope to knock it down here. Well, at this point, Dark, you can see his switch. He cancels the Glaives from the Scout, and he goes into Blink, Forge. He adds another Oracle. Kind of like it, you know? He's going to say, right, you know, I'm Scout. I'm going to go and do a little bit of a 180. Take a little bit of a different approach instead, and I really do not mind that at all. As you do see the Adepts beginning to make their way out toward the upper left-hand side. Again, +1 and Blink both building up on the side of Dark, so that's going to be his follow-up instead. See the Overlord speed from Rogue? That sometimes obviously suggests aggression, because it means that you're going to have the Drop Lords being speedy if you want to bring kind of Ling Roach Queen across the map. And with no upgrade, like no +1 missiles or anything, I would say that it's pretty likely we're going to be seeing a pretty big time here. 50 drones, purely Roaches in production. I think we're absolutely going to be seeing Rogue sending this, especially considering, yes, at first he might have been building units for defense, but now he knows there's nothing coming his way, and he is still just cranking out those units. So Rogue is going to send it with the Roach aggression very shortly. There's the Dropper Lord getting set up. So Dropper Lord being brought in. We do have the Roach Speed still coming online as well. Couple lings going down. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers and the Zards getting across there right away. Here comes our Oracle, obviously fully aware, so Dark knows what he's being, what's coming towards him. He's going to move forward, and Greedy does have Blink on those Stalkers, remember, so he can trade well, and the Oracles will activate, force the Queen to drop out of the Dropper Lord, and just buy yourself a little bit of time. The Adepts, remember, are not glaived, so they're not going to be as useful as you might expect. They'll tank some damage, they'll deal with some Lings. Generally, they're just going to have to back it up, and I think the majority of the Adepts actually going to end up dying here already. This is really about the Stalkers. When you've got Blink and +1, these Stalkers are going to be what's your main part of the defense, and obviously so far the Blink Micro from Dark is pretty darn good. The Roaches keep going down. The Ravager's taking a long time to get involved. Now starting to break forward a little bit as we blink back toward those shield batteries. Going to provide some shields back on track for us here. We try and get rid of some of the Queens, which are running low on energy. Obviously, if you can get rid of those Queens, the Oracles can come back in, although the Oracle's kind of low on energy as well. There's a few Corrosive Vials going to drop and going to do absolutely nothing. Ravager's going to be targeted. We did not get that first Ravager. Transfuse came on it, but I don't think the Stalkers had the damage anyway. It came in after it had taken a second volley, so it looked as though it was just going to live. And Dark, for the moment, is doing, I would say, well enough. Gets a Morphin Ravager, gets another Roach, pulls back against the Zerglings again. Another Oracle about to pop. I don't mind the Oracle, because eventually I do think you start to overwhelm those Queens, and if this is just going to be mostly Ravagers left, the Oracle's going to do very well there. That was a nice little snag on one of the Ravagers. Losing a couple of Stalkers we maybe wouldn't usually expect to, but we are commenting in an off-race. We eat Corrosive Vials. 2 Stalkers dying to that. Those are the swings that can maybe still give Rogue a bit more opportunity here in this game too, as our Stalkers will continue to step forward. Stalkers continue to deal damage. Lings and Ravagers coming up. Good dodge from the Biles here, mostly. We eat one of them. One Stalker only taking some extra hits. We come through. Queen goes down. The Ravagers are going to get grabbed. So we get a couple of those as well. The rest of those units still gathering up on the right-hand side. So another few Corrosive Vials dropping straight into place. +1 missiles, 8 Roaches. All coming out. The +2 attack upgrade coming up from Dark as well. They blink back once again. The couple of Corrosive Vials dropping into place. Still blinking as those Stalkers dodge the Biles. I mean, as time goes on, we're on our way to +2 here as Dark. Rogue is on his way to just +1 missile still. Corrosive Vials on the Oracles. We're going to lose one Oracle to Queen fight, but we will clean up all the Queens. Means the Oracles are free to chase the Ravagers now without any kind of hindrance. We do walk into Biles once again, blinking after these Ravagers. They turn to fight, which is nice because it means that some Stalkers go down, but it also means you're losing pretty much every Ravager, which is expensive for Rogue because Ravagers ain't cheap. They're freaking expensive units. So yeah, you don't want to really miss out on that, as 22 Lings continue to come through. The Baneling Nest is going to be finishing or coming online here in a few moments. We got ourselves +2 and charge coming up still from Dark as we knock down one Overseer. The Oracle going to get a bit of an energy overcharge back in place. A couple Creep Tumors go down on that right-hand side. The Army of Dark still settling for the moment. 5 more Ravagers coming up, +1 missiles coming through. The game will settle down. Can Dark take this lead and run with it? Is Protoss comfortable enough in these sort of situations as the Temple Archives will build up? The charge and the +2 attack coming online as well. We step forward, we got a changeling here, which is going to be seeing the army coming. It looks as though Dark not going to bother to take that out, so it will continue to go across the map. And the Roach Ravager force gathers and thinks about what it would maybe like to do here. Would we like to commit? Would we like to try and get some damage done? What is the call going to be as a couple Corrosive Vials come out immediately? Couple of Bane's going to crash through. A couple Probes already taking some damage, so some shots going down there. The +2 attack, the Storm and the charge coming up as well. The Dropper Lord goes in. I mean, we actually get quite a few Probes here until then. And Storm +2 attack all coming in. With Storm coming up, I mean, you can just see that this has turned into a very comfortable situation here on the side of Dark, right? He's getting all the tools he needs to really play this out and to play this into a better and better spot. Stalker's coming down this side. You're going to see the Drop Lord coming around as well. And so the next round of Baneling's Morph, and remember, that's what the Storm is going to be so good at helping to deal with, basically, being able to knock down Ling's Banes, soften up the Roach Ravager force as well, give you a lot of opportunity here as our Stalkers will step through. Just going to be seeing the Overseer and take a couple of nibbles. Oracle still overhead. And again, the unit's just pressing forward here from Rogue. But he's down in supply, so he's down in supply. It's good tech on the field from Dark. Like, if you're down in supply, maybe Dark is like a very bad army, but just do not think that's the case. He's continuing to lose some probes, unfortunately, though, so some damage still being done there. Roach Ravager Bane comes back up the left-hand side again. The melee upgrade's coming through. The Carapace upgrade is over halfway done as well. So Stalkers to the left-hand side. There goes a Creep Teamer. The Oracle's overhead. A couple Creep Teamers going down still. And Dark now pushing because he's maxed out. He's going to get on the move here as we just have a couple Creep Teamers going down. Oh, yep. I mean, Bane's trying to reach the High Templar, but good Storms. And the Banes just don't get anywhere initially. Here comes some Banes on the right-hand side too. We do have Storms left available. We're going to drop some of them here. Honestly, don't mind those hitting because they're next to just very tanky units, and there wasn't that many left over. There's Zealots onto the Ravager. Stalker's going to blink up. Ravager's still taking damage. Storms again. So a lot of the Ling Bane going down once more. I mean, the Storms are just really good. We do more Archons on the back end of this. And Dark is up 154 to 116 supply. His army looking extremely good right now as he presses through. And Dark's Protoss is going to take a second game of this best of 3. And it is going to tie us up 1-1 in the series. So yes, we get tied up 1-1, just like that. And, yeah, Dark getting it done. Dark getting it done. GG's. So, we get tied up. We go to ley lines for map number 3. We'll give the ads a minute or so to run, and we'll jump into a third game of this best of 3 series. Again, first round of the Olimoleague. Everything is best of 3 in this event, apart from the finals, which should be a best of 5. So that is where we are going. And, yeah, that's how things are going to work out as we move through the games and move through the action today. Beautiful. Beautiful. Cool, cool, cool. A lot of you guys enjoying some Dark Protoss. Nice to see, nice to see, yes. It's cool to see Dark showing up and doing well. Is Dark's Protoss better than Clem's? No, I don't think so. I mean, Clem also specifically is playing Protoss mostly in PvT. So hard to compare, but I'd say Clem's definitely had more sizable PvT victories with his Protoss than what Dark has done with his Protoss, you know? So I would not say it's that strong. I mean, off-race is always going to be an awkward one to judge. A lot of these guys have played off-race for years upon years. It's just we're only just really starting to see them played in like tournaments, and we're really starting to see some matches of it. I think Clem is genuinely playing a lot of Protoss and really trying to make Protoss good for him. I don't know if Dark is quite approaching it with the same sort of ferocity. Top right hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Rogue. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Protoss, Dark. Alrighty, got a probe coming across the map here to start off some scouting in the early stages. Just going to move across with that and see what we can do. We'll see, our probe scout going to be our point of interest here early on, as not much else really takes place. Just watch this probe harass around a little bit, have a little bit of a good time, and see what happens next, / where we go from here. Over the next little while. So, set up, go. Probe's going to come through. A couple drones going to get nibbled at as well, so some drones taking some damage. Probe going to get nibbling once again. Just going to go onto those workers. Try and get a little extra out of this again. So far, so good. Seeing the couple lings continue to go after the probes as well, so again, make some progress over there. And yeah, Stargate going to be the choice here from Dark. Nothing too surprising about that. Stargate really is the foundation of a lot of build orders nowadays, so Stargate to begin with is very much so expected. Queen's going to be gathering there as well, so we'll just hang about. It'll take a few moments and try to see what we would like to maybe do. We've seen the Oracle Chrono boosting around, again link speed building up. We're having the Oracle popping will be our, I guess, point of interest for the next few moments of this. So get that popping out, see where we go. And, well, the Oracle across the map. Twilight cancel very quickly after this as well, so just one Oracle into the Twilight maybe going to suggest potentially some resonating glaives or so coming through here might be the idea. Guess we'll see what the plan becomes a little bit over the next few moments. Just gathers around again. The lings will continue to make some moves for a couple of seconds. And that's going to move back over the other side as well. It's just going to be seeing the Resonating Glaive still coming online. The Oracle is coming up. Roachron coming online as well. The Oracle going to stay overhead. Resonating Glaive still on the move through. As the Queen's going to turn around, Oracle's going to get jumped on one more time, so they get moved back once more. Let's just have the lings making their way across. Resonating Glaive is about to be done. We're adding 4 additional gates. We're going to be on, what, 6 gateways here in total? So very aggressive, a little bit of a later glaive attack, but much more committed with the amount that we're going into. It's going to be seeing the Oracle dropping down a Revelation again. Keep an eye on that for a moment. Oracle's move about again. Resonating Glaives comes up as we speak. Forging a couple of additional adepts there. And again, Lair, Extractors, Drones, and Roaches continuing to build. For now, as our Oracles will just gather. The Adept's going to get through to the center. There is going to be the Lings making their way down to the bottom left-hand side, so they're going to come across right here as well. The Adepts just continue to go into the upper right, so they're going to move into position. We do have Roaches, we do have Queens, going to set up for the moment now as we step forward. A little bit will be done, just going to be seeing those Adepts shading through. Roaches and the Drop Lord coming about as well. Staysword's going to catch a couple of the dronies here, so again, just trying to be nice, but I mean, at the end of the day, you've committed to an Adept play that is currently just not doing enough for you, right? This Adept play is not really going anywhere. Not too much is really coming of this. I think it's fair to say that this one is kind of coming to a close before it even really begins. We do get a cancel on the 4th base. And again, you can threaten with these Adepts. We're going to shade here towards the Queens. Gets away from, I mean, he was away from the Roaches anyways. He gets a Queen, going to lose some Adepts. Going to continue to try to move around in that scenario. I'm not sure exactly how well that's going to go for you. Both going to have to pull in and deal with those Lings as well. Just try and find a little bit more value for a few moments. So trying to just get some extra work done. Do you have the Ling still moving about? Stalker in the back there as well. Going to be hanging around. Depths will continue to move over. We've seen them gather on the far right. Again, the Roach Speed, the Groove Spines, the +1 missile upgrade coming about right now as well. So again, we just got a little bit of everything coming through currently. Revelation drops down. The Hydras and the Roach is going to have to turn the other direction. Just going to be seeing the Queen and the Roaches firing on those Adepts again. Roach Speed about to finish. Roach is coming up. +1 missiles is on the way. Adepts get straight through, and that's going to be 3 drones going down. It's a nice little grab on a couple of workers. Rogue is maxed, though. And with the maxed out Rogue, I think the problem is about to come around where it's going to be, can Dark withstand just how quickly Rogue has gotten maxed? Because again, Dark is committed to damage that's not really kind of hit the mark or anything. So yeah, I do worry here a little bit. I do think we're going to have potentially some issues. As you have the Roaches getting in, the probes are going to begin to go down already, so damage being dealt there as well. Roaches continuing to chase forward now. Come right across this other way. The Adepts again, you're going to try and move on forward. Able to really get there for the moment still. Roaches and the Hydras are going to get jumped on. I mean, again, Zealot and Stalker continues to push on through. Needs to chase down a little bit, and see the supply is just not moving really for Rogue. And it's a lot of Roaches, just some reproduction from Rogues. I guess it's not the greatest army that's been reproduced, but these Zealots are slow as well. They don't even have charge, so just kind of puts in perspective where Dark is at in this game. You know, no charge or anything. I feel like with a lot of the times we'd expect to see charge here already. So missing that is obviously a little bit of a shame as the Roaches come back over. The Stalkers take some more damage. The Roaches continue across the wall. Really just try and poke at the front. I mean, just going to be seeing if they can continue to break through. I do not mind that Rogue is just spamming units across. I think he's likely going to find himself in a situation where he's able to do more than enough. As the probes pull in as well, the Stalker's going to try and blink after some Roaches. The Immortal pops out. That's great help. It's a great addition. It's just, again, a question of, is it enough or is it all too late? Roaches continue to fight. It's going to have ourselves the units going back and forth. $15 dead probes, down to 46 workers. Dark. What I like for him now, right, is the fact that this is just Roaches, and I mean, I don't disbelieve that maybe there's some possibility. The problem is he's got borrowed Roaches around his bases, so he has to stay split up. Like, in theory, just roaches should be pretty manageable to handle, but I'm not really seeing it right now as the roaches keep on going down. 21 workers, 22 workers have fallen. Stalker stepped through as well. A couple of those roaches going to get jumped on once again. Hydras are still building up. The tunneling floors, the +2 missile upgrade also being added, as we are going to be seeing the Immortal and Stalkers gather to pick off one more roach. I think I do think, I mean, while we clean up here, Dog is going to try and get some tech on the field. Robobay, second facility. I think that's going to take a little bit too long for him to still be alright. I think he's still going to end up in a little bit of trouble more than anything else. When Shire just comes over, we'll be seeing the... You know, in fact, there's a few Hydras in here as well. Still no splash damage. It's scary. Gonna blink in with the Stalkers. Dog kind of knows that he's in trouble. That's gonna be GG's as Rogue takes it 2-1 over Dark. The main race prevails over the off race as Rogue just take it down. I mean, I think this was really your Resonating Glaives don't do enough, and that's pretty much just that. So, yeah, jeez. So, as we've mentioned, the way that we're going to follow this bracket through is we're going to go into basically just the winner of this match into the next opponent, the next player being Clem. So it's going to be Rogue versus Clem. The winner of that plays Hero, and then we go into semifinals and so on as well. That's what we are kind of following through. So we're going to do, what, like, I guess like 5 best of 3s and a best of 5 today? So like 6 series in total. And like I say, I'll be going into some round of 16 action next with Clem taking on Rogue. How cool matches happen. I mean, so this shouldn't be supposed to. We're going to be moving into the round of 16 anyways. So, but I have the full list of round of 16 matches here on the replay pack, and it's Nicorect versus Hero, Clem versus Rogue, Classic versus Gumiho, Rebellion versus Geralt, Prone versus 3-Point, Ateshi versus Zan, and Shin versus Skills. Like, Shin Skills is a pretty cool matchup as well. I mean, maybe that's one we could even potentially cast. I mean, yeah, I feel like we've got a good length of matchups right now anyways, but maybe if the games go faster than expected, we could come back and cast a couple of these cool ones from earlier on. So yeah. Anyways, we'll run some ads and we'll get ready for Rogue versus Clem up next. We will be seeing some, hopefully, TVZ, no off races, and we'll get some Terran versus Zerg on the field, fingers crossed. And we can go from there, is the current plan. Do. Alright, let's, I guess we can jump in. Another 15-20 seconds. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for joining us for some games. Yeah, it's going to be OSC Championship across the weekend as well. I already know tomorrow's matchups are going to be as follows. Tomorrow we're going to be casting Shin versus Solar, Christiana versus Mana, the winner of those two against each other, Hero versus Spirit, Skillers versus Nightmare, and the winner of those two against each other as well. So some fun matches coming up tomorrow. Yeah, that must be the lower bracket, right? Just the full lower bracket, all the mirror matches that we mentioned. So Yeah, we're going to do another round of the lower bracket of OST tomorrow. It means the games are really going to be heating up over the weekend. We're going to get some really good matches over the weekend. Yeah, so we're going to go through lower bracket round 4 and 5. And by then we'll only have, really, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 players left, actually, because, or 8 players left, I believe. Yeah, it's crazy. Very exciting. So yeah, really kind of starting to cut down on all of that OSC action and all those games. And we'll be obviously getting to the conclusion of that this weekend as well. So just a little bit of a hype of what's coming up over the weekend, which I am here for. Like I said, I'm here across the weekend at all points. So look forward to that as we jump into Abyssal Reef for game number 1 of this best of 3. Round of 16 from Olimoleague 237. This, in the top left-hand corner of the map, is Rogue. And he takes on the Terran in the bottom right. We have Clem. If you guys are enjoying the games, do consider dropping a follow on the Twitch channel, liking and subscribing on the YouTube. Those things do help us a whole bunch. I have been informed that we should be telling you guys to like and subscribe on the YouTube more frequently even, so I will do that. There you go. Consider yourselves notified whether you're watching it live on the YouTube or even if you're watching the VOD on YouTube. That's the thing. I have to say it more at the start of games. So if we upload them to YouTube, the VOD watchers or the upload watchers, the single game upload watchers can hear it as well, you know. Big factor, big factor. Please win, Rogue. Got some Rogue cheers over in the YouTube chats. Yeah, winner of this we know will play Hero. So we either get ZVP or TVP. Hey, honestly, I would not mind. I mean, I love Clem, but I would not mind seeing some Rogue Hero either. I think that's actually a very fun matchup. A little bit of Rogue craziness against Hero could be fun. Obviously, you've got Clem, who is playing Hero 3 times a week anyway, so if we don't see Clem Hero today, I'm sure we'll see it tomorrow or something. As yo, Growlung, thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thanks so much for priming us up, using it on the stream, and supporting the channel and helping us to keep on doing more StarCraft 2 in. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So he comes around, a couple of hatches, and the spawning pool coming up, drone coming in as well. As he steps up, the few queens and the drillings all setting up as well. Hatchery coming through. Marine Command Center SCV in production. We're just going to have our Reaper starting to step towards the upper left-hand side of the map. So away we go. We'll be heading into that upper left-hand side in a couple of moments. We're seeing the damage being done. CC's coming up. Just gonna be seeing the triple CC on location as a Clem. A little bit of a shame we lose the Reaper, but he's gonna go triple CC on location, and if Rogue doesn't come and check this and he doesn't punish it, then that's just crazy. Clem getting away with, especially considering the Reaper is dead. We get a little bit away with murder right now. Overlord is going to go for a scout around the bottom side, but like I say, that doesn't tell you where the third base is soon enough to really do anything about it. As we are going to see Rogue opt into the Rotron though. Rotron again coming through, the drones and the overlords coming up. We've seen that Overlord still chilling down here on the bottom side for a few moments. Lions moving about, getting up into the center. Lions coming around the left side. Roach is coming through. Evolution Chamber's coming online. Starport about to finish. And once again, we just got Engineering Base still building for a couple of moments. Lions will step up. Gonna see those Medivacs, Marines, Stimpack continue to come through. Just gonna be seeing the Roaches coming over as well. I'll just take some map control. As the Medivacs come through and Stim is done, obviously we can start to get some better pressure on the map. The Roach is very safe for now. Rogue not looking to use them aggressively. Lair is too late to really do anything with those aggressively. The Roach numbers still coming up, but alongside drones. And there's the Medivacs to take us across the map and to try and put some damage into play. Is there a bracket? There's a pinned message in the YouTube chat that will tell you the order of matches that we're casting today. We don't have a link to a full bracket, because we're casting replays, and the bracket would have spoilers on it. Medivacs load up, 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield coming through, extra marines and a siege tank coming in as well. Lions coming around, a couple creep teamers gathering up. Roaches are going to step forward, some Hellions will take shots. Marines will come through as the Roaches will step away. Marines have to continue to chase those Roaches down. We are going to go for pretty much all of them, so just not enough Roaches here. Now the drones are pulling to the left. Where are we going? They're running away from any sort of safety. I mean, the Marines can chase you to the left, and you're never going to get away. Like, nothing can chase down the drones being chased by Marines, right, of your own units, so I don't think they should have ever pulled to the left. Always get to the right. Do you see 8 workers killed? Supply-wise, it's okay for Rogue, but he's massing purely Roaches. His tech is just not there. Marines unload just onto the high ground a couple of moments again. Medivacs come up the right-hand side. Missile upgrades, carapace upgrades coming through. 1-1 and concourse of shells coming in as well here from Clem as the unload happens up the center. Marines will step through. Roach is going to be there. Marines going to load back into the Medivacs once again. Marines will unload one more time, just in the center. More units continue to come over. Step forward and again, 11 Marines about to finish up here. Siege tank and the CC coming up as well. And load up a couple units, and we are going to keep on pressing into the middle of the map. Thanks at Siege, we are going to see a lot of those Roaches taking damage. We're going to pull back a little bit. Another scan coming down, and Clem just on a solid push up the center of Abyssal Reef right now. Honestly, we already saw Rogue kind of struggle with his Roach force previously to kind of hold on, and right now the story is continuing. He just does not have the numbers. Roaches and Ravages not trading well enough here. And Clem able to, obviously, you already saw some damage being done previously, but I think this kind of stems from that, like 8 drones, a lot of lost mine time adds up, and you also lost a lot of Roaches there. That's the problem. It wasn't just a bit of eco damage. You lost army, then eco. And so you're really hurting when you've kind of had a doubly bad trade to what you would have, you know, maybe have expected to have had. So, yeah, GG's. And we're going to be looking at an El Dorado for map number 2 right now. So we'll get into El Dorado here in a second. run 30 seconds of ads, guys, just to try and help keep them off our backs, just in case we get some long TVZ or something across the course of this. So, should just be short ads, so we should just be able to get started, though. And we'll go into El Dorado. And we get this going. What happened with Clem in the last tournament? He wasn't playing. Which tournament, mate? There's a lot of a lot of tournaments going on. As we head in game, let's do this. So, in the bottom right hand side, we are going to have ourselves the Red Terran, who is currently up a game, just able to solidify a push on the back of what was, like I say, already a good opening. We have Clem. And in the bottom left, our blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. Rogue then, to try and bounce back in this series, we'll see what he can do as we get this one started up. The Leo League Cup. Clem was in the finals of the Leo League Cup. He lost to MaxBax in that finals, no? Unless I'm crazy. He went through the winner bracket, and then he lost in the finals. Now Dog's playing pros against Zerg. He did earlier today. I don't know if this is like a permanent thing for Doc, or just something he's trying out, or what. He's been playing Protoss for fun, here and there. So yeah. Some of these guys just enjoy these matchups, you know? Enjoy playing a different race for a bit, mixing it up. As the week comes about, Overlord moving around, CC in the factory coming online. We're gonna hit a couple of lings. I think those lings going to go after the Reaper. Reaper hops down to the low ground. Factory coming up for the moments. Reaper fires a few more shots. CC's coming about. Factory coming through. Zerg the speed on the way up as the Queens are going to continue in for Rogue right now. A few extra drones in production. We'll continue to hang about. Obviously, Reaper was lost in the last game, didn't matter too much to Clem, but typically you do want to actually, you know, not let that happen. When it comes back through, just going to be seeing again the stim. The Marines continue to come up for a few moments. We have got our drones now. Queens continue to build about. Starport and the orbital coming through. This game just chills out early on, right? We'll see what Clem does. Obviously, this game is only 2 Hellions, so he doesn't have a lot of units to be super aggressive with. Rogue is seemingly pretty happy to be sitting back as well, so is not feeling the need to move out and get too much done, as the Reaper and 2 Hellions will lead the charge toward the middle of the map. consumer goes down. Little grenade pops. The Queen's going to get blasted. Extra additional Marines, stim pack, all coming through as the additional medevacts continue to produce. And the SCVs will continue out as well. Refinery still coming around. Baneland Nest, Lair, and the drones all continuing to play as the units jump into the high ground and just sit back. Like I say, a little bit of defense just in case of any units early, but for the most part, that's all those units are meant to be for, right? If you're only going to build, a couple of Hellions and a Reaper, there's only so much you're going to get out of that as the stim is. 10 seconds for finishing up here from Clem. Medevacs, Marines, continuing through. The Marines going to already get underneath that Overlord as the Marines come across. The Overlord will take a bit more damage, so quite a few shots coming through right now. Overlord is going to go down already. Overlord dead and Rogue supply blocked. Now as Marines load up, and the Medevac's going to begin to go out through the bottom side of the map. And 60 Marines will see what they can get done. Obviously, Clem taking the bottom side of the map, while Rogue will just expand upwards and to the left, so he's going to expand linearly, and it's going to be pretty difficult for Clem to get big pushes into Rogue spaces. They're going to be pretty defensively placed, especially considering the expansion pattern of Clem. This position might be big for Clem if he pushes through the bottom and works his way toward the natural. That might be one of the big positions he tries to work in. We are in a game here where we're in a game here where obviously Rogue is going to be playing the Spire and the Mutalisks. And he's going to have to do a lot of work to ensure that those mutas kind of stop the setup of that position, because that's going to be very difficult to break once Clem gets there. And there's a lot of attacks you can kind of set up from there. It doesn't immediately get on top of a base, but it gives you, like I say, positions to work from to then make getting into the main base, the natural, etc. very difficult for the Zerg to stop. So we'll see what will happen as the Spire is about to finish up. Again, Lings, Overlords, Overseer coming through. The Queen and the Baneling Speed coming up as well. That Baneling Speed is not far from being done. That will give Rogue a helping hand on any of these defenses he's trying to play over the next little while. Stum up, Lings are going to get there. Queen's going to be there too. Push the Medevacs away for the moment so they get shoved out. And Clem being as safe as you expect Clem to be, right? Doing the typical thing of just setting up and doing the right things for the moment. Just moving around the map, being very aggressive, holding some positions, etc., etc. I'd say doing a lot of what we'd probably expect for now. Let's get towards the middle of the map. Watchtower going to get taken. Melee upgrades coming through. Obviously, units are hitting the other side of the map, so Clem is going to get set up, but the mutas are going to arrive, and Clem is completely unknowing about it. So he's going to have to pull away from that base. I mean, Rogue obviously loses on this side already. The position, he loses the hatchery that was there too. That's a hatchery you don't really need versus a third base mineral line, which you kind of do need. So, I guess for Rogue so far, Clem trying to push up, but loses quite a few Marines there as well. Oh, this push just got shut down. Clem's going to have to back away. Not going to be able to push his upgrade advantage at all either, which is going to be meaning that, I mean, that's a huge deal because now Rogue's playing catch-up in upgrades, and Clem even late to go into 2-2. As the Armory has not started 2-2 yet, but that will be a factor because it means that Rogue is playing catch-up on upgrades, something he sacrificed to be able to get to this Mutalisk setup initially, and now it's not even going to come into play. Mutas will try and hit the reactors, just going to turn around. More Marines setting up as well. SCVs going down. Marines hitting those Mutalisks. +2 attack upgrade coming about. The Thor on the way out. I mean, Thor nice against the mutas as well. Going to make your main army that much more comfortable. Marines, tanks, medevacs gathering up. 2-2 upgrades coming through. The additional Marines coming around as well. He's getting around the bottom. The Marine's going to get there. The Overseer going to be taking some losses. Overseers are expensive to replace, so it's actually nice to get those as the Mutants show up once again. SCV's going down. At the same time, we've got a little bit of a wander into the natural. Is that... Yeah, just a couple of Lings. Okay, I was just wondering if it was Banes. It was moving quite quickly. But yeah, just so it is just Lings. Nothing too crazy to look at. The Thor's starting to get in positions. As you can see, they're going to blast back the Mutalisks. So the Mutants have to respect those moves. The Infestation Pit coming up as well, by the way. So bring that Infestation Pit into play. And that's going to give us the ability to kind of tech through into Hive, and that's going to increase our opportunities in this game as well. So something else for us to look at here as we continue through. The Marines will continue to chase the Overlord. 2-2 upgrades are coming up. Infestation Pit about to complete. A lot of units from Rogue in the upper right side. They're going to go all the way around the right side as well. The Marines continue to gather together. Here are the Banelings, and they're going to crash into those depots. Will not do too much. They get shut down, and the depots get replaced pretty instantly. And yeah, Clem just still handling this defensively, but he's on 4 bases. He's not really been able to do much in terms of getting across the map into the face of his opponent. Like, he had to cancel on this bottom left base a couple times. That's been about it. And without any pressure, Rogue is playing his own game here. And that's got to be a little bit of a concern for Clem over time. The longer that happens for, the worse this typically becomes. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Step forward again. Hatchery will take some damage. Goes down immediately. As now our Marines start to move up that high ground, and we do a little bit extra, a little bit more damage being done again. Things and Banes on the right going to move around again. Drilling Claws coming up. +3 attack coming through. We'll count that group going to go down. Just going to see the rest of the Bane showing up as well. Goes left into the skies. They're going to protect themselves. That Mutalisk count is terrifying, by the way. 17 is just enough to keep the Terran having to respect it, while still allowing you to have a really good army behind it as well. And that's... I mean, it's one of the ways to play Mutas, right? Sometimes people play Mutas, they get 30, 40, and they really rely on the Muta counterattacks. But then your army's so flimsy. Right now, you've got enough Mutas to threaten the counters, enough Mutas to scare Clem, but your ground army is still very beefy as well, which I think is a big deal. Bane just going to come through the Planetary Fortress, is going to lift off, cancelling, moving into the CC. The Bio here going to hit the Banelings. A few of those Banes going down. Banes on the top side coming through as well. A lot of Marines going to get grabbed there as the Mutalisks going to get a couple. Marauder going to go for a couple depots. The Thor firing. The Mutas take some more damage. Marines continue to move about as well. The Zergling's going to hit the depots once again as the Marines still coming across. We're going to call down supply once more. So, call down depots is going to repair that wall off. It's actually kind of a fun mechanism. Doesn't pull any SCVs to repair, just calls down the supply and they get filled back up. He's going to have to continue defending that front area. That front entrance is going to be one of the ways that Rogue tries to break in to deal damage again and again and again. Let's just run through. It's a nice Widowmine shot. Man, that's a lot of Lings going down. One medevac force to the Mutas. Oh, the Thors, though, going to go big on the Mutas, and quite a few Mutas dropping. Rogue, I think, going to use that free supply to build Ultras as his next step of this game. So into the Ultras we go. A bit of a different composition, obviously. The Ultras, well, a lot of people will say Ultras will lose you games, but let's see. Lings go down. Ghost trying to get a snipe off, but the Mutas are pulled away already. Thor's just going to come over. The Liberator is going to set up as well. And we are going to be seeing the Starport and +1 vehicle weapons coming through the Lings. Gonna step up as well. A couple of SCVs getting chased. The Bio going to get there. The Ling's now going to go down again. A couple of those Banes getting grabbed. The Liberator is coming back across. Nice. Bane's going to blow up this planetary fortress, or at least the majority of it. The SCVs go down. The planetary will actually live. Oh, it's always a little bit rough when the planetary gets to survive. Like, yes, you get the SCVs, and yeah, maybe the CCs to replace it, but now you give up those Banes, and it's like, well, 11 SCVs, is that really worth it? And the answer a lot of the time is no, not really. Bio gathers Thor. Liberator is gathering up 5 more libs coming through. Clem comes around the bottom. Taking the watchtower here and there. A few libs and marauders continuing up as well. We are going to be seeing these ultras trying to step through. The banelings are going to get grabbed. Once more, it's this right-hand side entrance. This is the problem with playing the bottom of the map, because you've got to defend your natural because it leads into your main and your production. But as you extend further down the bottom of the map, it really leaves this just plain simple wall off open for grabs a lot of the time. And it's very difficult to just commit a lot of defense to it from Clem, so having some issues. I'm going to fire Ultras and Banes coming through. The Liberator is going to set up. The rest of those libs are going to set up as well. Thor's going to pull back as well. It's going to be seeing those Banelings and getting grabbed. The Ultras continue to chase. Medevac's going to load up. Drop back in. The random Swarm Hose gets cleaned up. Clem losing a lot of supply. He's got money to rebuild with. Can he hold on to some of his bases and positions? He's going to Liberator up this spot. Ghost sniping down the Ultralisks. Bio has to go running. Like I say, Clem low on supply but has money to rebuild. Rogue has money to rebuild too. 9 Corruptors, another Ultra being brought in. Obviously Clem trying to take this base as well. Really hammering down on the idea of this bottom portion of the map being his. Really trying to just do as much as he can there. Ultra Lane Bane continues up. Liberators and Ghosts coming through. The Bioforce coming over as well. Army just gathers, and again we settle. Chase down a few drones. The Bane's gonna come across. You can see those Liberators sieging. The Bio is going to get wiped up a little bit here. Those Liberators going to get shot down. That's what the Corruptor editions were for. And that's a lot of Banes that are going to get down this ramp through that choke point. And this is a base that's going to get denied. So we're going to lose this location. Didn't even really have to use many Banes for it. Just letting the Lings Ultras do the work. That is now kind of low on money. I think he's in trouble because this gold base is not going to hold up much longer. The bottom right base have, been mining for a long time. The Liberators, which have been helping him in this game, are getting shot down as well, and now his Ghosts are going to get jumped on very quickly here. You have to pull back and away as Clem, as the Bio Ghost steps out of there. The Planetary Fortress will drop. And Rogue is on a little bit of supply lead. He's going to lose a few units on the tail end. There's always going to be that chase back from the Terran. Ghost is going to hit the hatcheries from the other side, so Clem still has a little bit of momentum here, but like I say, mining is a problem, and Rogue is going to have a lot more rebuild than Clem over the next little while, I imagine. We step up, Queen's going to take some damage. You see those Lings still running up. The Ultra, the Banes continuing through. Clem's not going to have enough to hold on, apparently. He leaves some more army supply, but he's just getting overrun every single time anything comes about. GG's, and Rogue is going to take it back a game. So Rogue bringing it back by a map. I'm impressed. Heck, Rogue out taking a game of Clem ain't easily done. And we'll head into game 3 to decide the series in just a few moments. So we'll get that ready to roll out very soon. Alright. It'll be Ultra Love, I believe, for this game 3. Yep. So Ultra Love coming up. Let's give it 30 seconds or so, guys, and we will kick this off. Get this underway. Alright. I'm gonna get it rolling. Into Ultra Love. Let's do it, guys. Deciding map. Pressing the wrong buttons. Try and press the correct ones. In the top right hand side, our blue Zerg. It is going to be Rogue. Taking on, in the bottom left, our red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. Yeah, Muta's kind of got away from him in that last game. Made this a little bit of a challenge, and now we're going to see a low ground barracks. So we're going to see 2. We're going to see Multi-Rax Reaper as our starting point. That may very well be the case here. That might be the idea. Multi-Rax starting up the hatch and the gas in the pool coming through as well. Just following Overlord. Early game, Peaceful, obviously going to get exciting soon with the Multi-Rax Reaper setup. I'll be coming in very shortly. Small Reapers coming up. Match gas in the pool coming over as well. Reaper gathers, a couple of Reapers coming through, Queens, Things, Overlord. Going about for now, CC coming up, and again a couple of Reapers continuing in for the moment. Reaper pokes, extra Reapers showing up, and get ready to rumble here. Reapers will try and find some openings. Obviously, defense from Rogue so far. We only lose 1 Ling. I mean, that's good. We're obviously going to lose some more. Going to lose 2 more Zerglings. But hey, only losing Zerglings is very acceptable in the grand scheme of things here. Lings are the sort of thing you can replace with ease. as we hop up into the high ground. And the Queen's going to get blasted, and the creep team will go down. You spread that around the edges of the base, and that helps a lot with your mobility of the Queens as well. It's gathering. Again, just going to be seeing our stim coming through, the CC coming up as well. Just pulling back again. Rotron, Evo Chamber Lair continue to come up and online here. The stim pack about halfway done. Starport and the Orbital coming up. Marines and SCVs on the way. And we're still very much so following these Reapers, as that is the action right now. Rotron going to be online from Rogue though, so you will be able to use the Roaches. And yeah, just get into that stage of the game, which obviously Rogue likes to play in, so let's see how it goes for him. As the Siege Tank and a few Marines coming online, the Reaper jumping into the main base will go down as the Wings get the chase, and we'll take that out. That will fall. Now we do have the Roaches still coming up, the Carapace and the Roach Speed coming through as well. I'm going to come across and build that hatchery as the couple of Marines there will just chase down our Overseer, pushing that away over to the edges. Yeah, the couple of Reapers still making their way about. Up into the high ground, met immediately by additional Roaches again, so they're going to get a little bit of a blast around. We do see the Reaper should get chased to death here, as the Dropper Lord continues to produce. The Roach is still on the way through for the moment. As the little bit of action comes about. Plus one attack, combat shield, both coming in as well. Those Marines going to get underneath, and that Overseer is going to fall. The Changeling gets taken out too. Rogue finally gets to go to his third hatchery as well, by the way. So pretty late third hatch. As the Dropper Lord here for the couple of Queens, Roach just showing up. Ravager's morph, and he's going to send this. Wow. So obviously forced into this bit of a commitment by the Reapers, it feels like. I mean, Clem kind of turned his hand this way, and Rogue decided to really run with it. So let's see what we get. Couple corrosive files, the Marines sidestep. So the scan coming forward, it's going to be seen. Now we have ourselves the corrosive files coming out. I mean, Clem really is stepping forward to deal with this. He's really gritting this at the front, so he's not going to have himself any concerns there. He really is fully sending as the SCVs pull to the left-hand side. A few Marines are going to step through. Ravager's going to step forward as well. And a couple of corrosive files trying to see what they can get done. The Roach is going to be there as well. Our tank from afar is going to fire. The Marines need to be careful, man. I mean, yeah, the SCVs may need to be the buffer right now. Those Ravagers, though, getting tanked. I mean, if the Ravagers had been able to get rid of that tank with the Biles, and then that tank doesn't fire as many shots, this might look like a very different scenario than what it currently looks like. Roach is still building. Drone still building through. The +2 Carapace coming up. Again, Armory coming in from Clem. And as the additional Marines coming online, we're going to be on our way towards +2 upgrades very shortly. As Marine Tank continues to set up. Tanks will begin to siege. A couple corrosive vials dropping down. As the Marines will try to see what they can do. We're just going to get placed again. Baneling Nest, Hatchery, Hive, continue to come over. Tyra gets knocked down, so Rogue going to knock down those rocks just to now start working on the rocks. I think just wants to make sure that Clem doesn't knock down the rocks when he's trying to attack through, take that opportunity away from Clem. And just make sure that this is always going to be an open space you can use. Also, Clem could have knocked those rocks down, used it as a defensive setup. Now that's not going to be the case. We knocked down some of the creep that came to the right-hand side. Yeah, I mean, Rogue's going to finish off those rocks, otherwise moving into Link Speed. Baneling Nest, Hive has a lot of the later game now readying to go. So, moving away from this initial Roach Ravager pressure. Down on workers, though. Fourth base, obviously, extremely late. That's one thing that Rogue is not really caught up on at all. So, fourth base is very late for him, playing 3 bases to 3 bases currently. Terran got to be loving the economic situation. If Clem realizes it, I mean, again, hard to know, but unless he's seen that fourth base still building, then he'll know that obviously that's just not mining, and then he is on a pretty good eco lead. Gonna get rid of one of the queens here, get rid of the other. The medevacs can really stick around a bit longer, taking the most of their time healing up those marines before they decide to evacuate away, and off they go. Dodge another corrosive bile, and the medevacs loading up once again. That is going to be Clem escaping down the bottom. We drop a scam, we clean up creep spread. Again, Clem pressing through the middle of the map, trying to push back so much more of that creep once again. The more of this creep we clear out, the more difficult it is for Rogue to play the later stages. Losing that vision, losing that speed advantage in the middle. The sort of thing that allows you to kind of just take control back as Clem. Because it's, you know, those are just things that truly benefit Rogue. Now, like I say, so easily gotten rid of just because Clem takes the time to get there, takes the time to scan, takes the time to clean it up. Lings will chase in. Marines are going to continue to fight. We lift up against the Lings. Adrenal glands coming through. Still got Balins coming up as well. Additional drones in production as the Ghost Academy is on its way. So Clem is looking towards a future tech here. Like I say, my issue for Rogue is that it's just that fourth base. Not being up at 80 plus workers already scares me. Not having that economy advantage feels like something you just need when you're playing against someone as freaking good as Clem at the end of the day. These things don't come easily. Sells adrenal glands coming up, an LA upgrade, +3 carapace. Obviously, Chitin is playing too. We're trying to move into those ultras. What the fast-ish Hive has been for. As our Marines load back into the medevacs here. The Vipers are trying to come across and chase, but the medevacs are long gone before that becomes a factor. Two more Vikings coming through. The CC is still building. Ravage is going to step forward down the right-hand side. Maybe Rogue can find something there as Clem is... He's got units here. That's the problem. Clem has units split, and so now Rogue has to be able to match the split and have answers ready to go just in case. Gonna get one Baneling here already, but Clem he's turning around for a little bit of the target firing. Nicely done. Target firing some of those Banelings. Good job, well done indeed. And with that, we pull back as Clem once more towards the rest of his army, which is seemingly all together now, swinging over to the right side. Leeches up a couple of tanks for safety already, so just going to make this not the fastest of pushes, but a very safe push. Now, this is the moment where if you're going to counterattack as Rogue, you want to be already here, really. You want to be running into this mineral line right now, because it's just as Clem is sieging. Viking shot's going to fire. The Viper gets turned away. We've seen the Ultra actually coming through from the bottom side. The siege tank's still going. Ultralisk will go down. The Banes, the Roaches, and the Ravagers coming up as well. Fire still having to step back here as the Ultra is going to fall. Ultra going down leaves the Roaches in the front line, which I actually think Clem can fight against. Both players come down to about 178 supply each. Clem has a little bit more in the bank as Rogue is already rebuilding up to max. Clem's production looking good with tanks, liberators, and then the Bioforce to complement it all. 6 Ultras though from Rogue. I mean, what's Clem at ghost-wise? He's only got a couple, so 6 Ultras might actually be a challenge right now. This run by, to me, the ride is very late. I mean, this entire time, this base was completely open and in much better scenario, because then Clem would have had more difficulty dealing with it, because it would have been also while this fight happens. I think, like I say, he could have run by, at least threatened to run by much sooner. I get that he needed the Lings in certain places, but I actually think that run by has high potential. It's just reduced by the fact that it comes in at a time where Clem really can set up to deal with it. As the Ravagers trying to step forward, they're taking a lot of losses to the siege tanks. We do pile them down. The Ultras force the lift from the Bioforces. Clem taking a supply lead, however. There's a few Zerg going to start to trail through. These tanks we saw set up defensively initially are now going to land some shots off. It's another Ravager that falls as the army of Rogue forces its way across the map. Going to come straight through here. The couple of Liberators sieging up. And as the Zerglings get turned around, the concept of Rogue being able to break into this position is going to become just tougher and tougher, quite frankly. I don't think this is a position you break into as Rogue easily at all. And Clem now sets up base number 5, and that's just a lead over Rogue's 5th base, which is only just in production currently, so Clem looking fantastic. The only thing I don't like for Clem is the ghost count is at 2. It's about to go to 5. That makes it a little bit better. Helps coming across, throws the vials. Knock down one Liberator. The other Lib's going to fire back. Planetary Fortress going to sit tight for the moment. That continues through. There's going to be an Ultra going down. The Liberator falls as well. Rogue's going to say GG. Without a 5th base, which just got cancelled, he's really in a situation where he knows he can't do enough. I mean, Clem is building 6 command centers. His army is quite clearly sturdy enough to not let the Zerg army break through. And Rogue is just throwing his units at a brick wall. And he is not in a position to transition out of this either. Ultras are very committed. And so once you play into those Ultras, you're kind of hoping that the Ultras do... If the Ultras don't do anything, it's hard to get out of them. Because if they do stuff, great, the Terran's getting slowed down. And so you have time to switch up your composition. If the Ultras do nothing, you're stuck just rebuilding Ultras because you don't have the time nor the money to make that big reinvestment when the Terran army can come back across. So you need the Ultras to stay alive, so then you're stuck building Ultras. And that's the issue that comes around there as Clem takes it 2-1. Fun series, actually. Really fun series. You know, when you say Clem and Rogue, I always think that maybe Rogue steals them out with something cheesy, but that is actually just a very solid series that Rogue took a map in, and yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Guys, we will jump into our next matchup here in just a few moments. It is going to be our quarterfinal matchup. So from the round of 16 to the round of 8, they're going to cast Clem versus Hero. So the winner, obviously, versus Hero. And then after this, we'll do both semifinals. So I don't know who's in the semifinals or who's waiting. I didn't check that. I just checked the first section of the bracket, or got someone to check the first section of the bracket for me so I can know what we're roughly going to cast. So I can tell you guys, after this, we're just going to cast the semifinals. Once we're in the semifinals after this match, because it'll be spoiler-free then, I can tell you what the 2 matches are. Until then, I'm not quite sure. So we're going to go into Clem versus Hero. We will just take a moment, though, guys. We'll take an actual quick trip to the break screen, which I don't think we've done yet today. So we'll do that. We'll come back. More StarCraft on the way straight after this. Hello guys, welcome back. Thank you for your patience as we just take a couple moments between matches. Welcome back indeed. Hope you guys are doing good. Gonna go into Clem versus Hero. That's okay with you guys. Better be. Cool matchup as always. We see it a lot, but always pretty entertaining games. As we'll dive in and get to work. Bottom left-hand side, our Blue Protoss play here in this next best of 3 is going to be Hero from Weibo Gaming. Taking on the Red Terran in the top right from Team Liquid, we have Clem. Alright, so game number 1. Best of 3, quarterfinals. I don't actually know who the winner of this plays in the semis. It did not look that far ahead or ask to kind of get spoiled that or anything, because just in case we casted some extra matches. I don't think we're going to. I think we're just going to go straight to the semis after this. We'll cast both the semifinals, so we'll obviously just see who is in which one, decide which one we want to do first, and we'll go from there. So that's just let you guys know what's up and what's happening. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Again, appreciate you all being here. If you do enjoy the games, as always, do consider following, liking, and subscribing across the Twitch and the YouTube. Help us to get more viewers, help you guys to find us again in the future, and we will cast even more games of StarCraft 2 for you guys if you do wish to join us. So check that out. Greatly appreciate it. As we go to ley lines for this game number 1, and I'm just yapping a little bit because, as you can clearly see, not a lot taking place in the first few minutes. Just going to be getting this barracks coming up, but in the grand scheme of things, this is pretty chilled out for now. Pretty chilled out. Ripper on the way, command center building. Cybercore Nexus and the assimilator all coming up as well, so we bring that through and get that on the way. I'm just going to have ourselves the Nexus and Cybercore coming about, the assimilator and the pylon coming in as well. Hey, what's up? Warlord Ubba coming in with the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you, thank you. As our Reaper will continue out down to the bottom left-hand side, and is going to go journeying over there for the next few moments. So Reaper moves about. Again, Stalker, Warp Gate coming through, the Nexus coming online as well. The battery is going to come up also. And yeah, as this Reaper just wanders around, trying to see what's going on. Bunker is coming up on the natural. The Marine coming around as well. Sentry, Warp Gate, a couple of Twilight Council as well, all coming through for the moment as he gets set up to go. Just see the Reaper hopping down into the center of the map, going to continue down toward the bottom left. And yeah, Twilight Council still building, a couple of probes on the Stalker, the Warp Gate as well, all being added on here. Are going to likely open with Blink. It's really quite expected. Stargate is absolutely the rare option nowadays. You do not see it a whole bunch. It's not really expecting that Stargate across the series, unless maybe Hero has some fun plans on a certain map. You can still play Stargate, it's just Blink seems to give you so much more flexibility and so much more option against a Terran. Stargate openers have a lot of kind of rough openers that you kind of end up in bad spots against, whereas it feels like Blink that doesn't happen anywhere near as much. Blink does seem to have become... It's funny because like Stargate overall is maybe the safest when it comes to like surviving some of the early harassment, but actually it does just die to certain builds and timings a lot more than what Blink does, like I say. So Blink has become almost the safety net build order for Protoss in this PvT, which is kind of what the Stargate and like a Phoenix opener would have been for a long time as well. So Marines come up, the hallucination takes shots. Raven in the interference matrix in production immediately here from Clem. So we get that started out. The Raven is about halfway done. We're going to cancel the matrix. The reason you get matrix is you obviously want to show this as like a, hey look, this could be Cloaked Banshees. So Hero now has to prepare for the possibility of it being Cloaked Banshees because he saw the upgrade. He does not see what comes off the starport. In reality, it's just going to be a Raven that auto turrets, so If you make extra observers for this, then that's, joke's on you. And observers are nice for map vision, but you may not want to have rushed out the observers like you might do so if you're expecting this to be a Banshee, right? So, things to think on. As I will say though, obviously 4 gas here from Hero, no third base, and as that Robo Bay goes down, you are going to see him playing this 4 gas 2 base kind of faster tech to Colossus, so he's going to try and rush out some of his tech here, and actually against this is where the Raven would have probably liked to have had the interference matrix available. Stim +1 continuing up. SCVs and the siege gen coming through. The Marine's going to fire hallucination, taking hits. So we've seen the Stalker coming back around, that Hellion getting done as well. +1 attack, charge, continue to come about, the Colossus coming through, the Nexus halfway done. Impact, combat shield, and +1 all continue to come through for the moment as we do have the CC and everything else. It's going to come about, the Stalkers will be there. It's going to be in position, Helene gets turned away, Bunker still settling down. And we just take a little bit of time to chill out here still. Hallucination continues to come into the main base. The Marines are going to get there, take that hallucination down immediately, so that goes down with immediate effect. Charge halfway done, +1 attack and extended thermal lance coming online. Colossus and Sentry still building as well. Obviously with this having been a 2-base focused opener on the side of Hero, Clem, who's had the Raven unable to really do much either, it's kind of just sitting back. And I mean, until his upgrades kick in, there really is no reason to fight. If your opponent's 2-base, they're going to have unit numbers to kind of deal with things, so I don't really mind this approach at all. As we take, like I say, a few moments, get ourselves settled in here, get set up. Let's see if he comes to the low ground. This Raven is getting high on energy. It actually swung all the way around to the right side after being denied on the left side at first. Going to drop 2 auto turrets down. Will only chase for 1 probe. At least frees up some of the energy to start recharging, which was not happening initially. And yeah, the +1 attack, extended thermal lance coming through as well. That's the disruptor in production from Hero now as well. So bringing that online. Maybe Stalker's going to hit the Hellion there. The Bioforce still stepping up. It's going to be having the Starport coming through. Concussive Shells coming online. Marine Marauder coming through as well. +1 armor upgrade coming in on the side of Clem. So we continue to just get a lot of that on the go for the moment. What am I going to burrow here? Bioforce split into two separate sections. Probe still producing, the Disruptor on the way out, +2 attack upgrade is still building in, the Gateway Cannon and Nexus coming through as well. There's 2 more Vikings on the way from Clem, the 2 Medivac's being added on also. Again, Marine Marauder all being a part of that as the probes come to the front and going to start mining up onto the Nexus location, just getting ready for that 4th base. And I kind of feel like this is somewhat what Hero likes, right? You know, you take away Clem's kind of multi-prong and aggression early, you kind of get yourself into a later stage of the game. I don't think Hero can be too upset about this, right? I feel like it's a position you like to be in. A lot of the issues you have with Clem is obviously early game, he's so good. He moves around so well, some of his early attacks are so freaking deadly. So kind of getting a little bit of a step up on that and a little bit of a lead on that is a pretty nifty position, to be honest, so... yeah, I like it as the cannon is going to hit this Raven. It goes down. It's a pretty ineffective Raven overall. Like 3 Wurga kills, I believe, in total. You know, sometimes you see that Raven hanging around the entire game is actually going to see the tanks very much so on their own. We get rid of the tanks immediately. Disruptor shots fly, clipping some Marauders. Obviously, the problem with clipping Marauders is that they don't die anymore unless you have a follow-up. Now you've lost your Disruptors, and now you don't really have... I mean, now you're basically hoping the Colossus do enough, but the Viking count is good enough to say no to the Colossus. So I think you've got to be very careful here as Hero. There's a lot of games where you go into the Colossus later, the Terran doesn't have the Vikings, and then you can actually kind of be pretty good just sitting with those Colossus in the back, and the Vikings aren't there, so the Colossus can't be stopped. That's not one of these cases. The Viking count is absolutely here, so Hero has to tread carefully. And he's showing that level of respect right now as well, although those Zealots unfortunately get caught. So they will not end up doing too much. They will go down a little bit, unfortunately. That disruptor shot could have been better, man. I think sometimes, like, I get it, like, you've probably played 100 games where the Terran splits from that disruptor ball, but sometimes I feel like you second-guess yourself. You expect the splits, you go for something that doesn't make sense, and, like, to us it looks silly. I'm sure the logic is there for how Hero controls that disruptor. I felt as though if he just left it AFK, he could have just had so much more, which, like I say, I guess is the case a lot of the time, where you second-guess yourself. Sometimes the Terran does split, sometimes they don't. The way that interaction works, it's, like, so split-second, like, I guess we shouldn't be hyper-analyzing it as much as I am. As the Bio actually continues to step through here, Clem's supply is just massive. And he's really just dealt with all the tech units, right? The Disruptors didn't do much at all, so he dealt with those early. And now it really looks as though he's just going to be good to keep on pushing into this base, this below-ground base location as well, easy to get to. Once you're in the middle of the map, there's no ramp to go up or down or a choke point to move through. So it's kind of an odd one for Hero to have taken. I feel like even the high ground base to the left would have maybe been a bit better, unless you're afraid of the overhang and the ledge below it that maybe Clem could have set up behind. There are reasons to be concerned, don't get me wrong, just overall a little unfortunate. Is this disruptor shot going to go for just a Marine? Zealots are still charging through, sentries are going to be there. Vikings go for the Colossus and they will get it. Disruptor gets grabbed, Medevac taking damage. +1 armor about to complete, +3 attack coming through. We've got ourselves the Shadow Strides, the Blink upgrade. For Dark Temple, very close here from Hero, but I don't think he's going to be in a situation to use that. How can you afford to warp in DTs right now? When Clem will have scans available, EMPs available, etc. It's just unrealistic, so... I mean, we're not even at that Blink upgrade yet either. Clem is 60 supply ahead and still pressing through. This base goes down as well. Hero just continuing to fall into issues when it comes to bases. He's just not able to keep them online. Colossus. Oh, it does go down. I thought for a moment for some reason it was going to just survive, but turns out the Vikings can keep on shooting, which is what they go for. The Bio still coming about. Sentry goes down too. Well, back down to the bottom. Another Nexus to be found here. I mean, the Zealot's coming for a surround, but even with the Zealot reinforcements, it doesn't look like it's going to make a difference. Another Colossus falls. This time to Marauders chasing it down. The Zealots might do well against the Marauders, but we can also just lift and get out of here if we want to. Clem will just kite and say, you're not dealing enough damage to me to make me lift up right now. And that is going to be GG's. Clem takes game 1 of this best of 3 series. Here in the quarterfinals of this Olimoleague that we're catching back up on. Yeah, there was a Olimoleague a day or two ago as well, which I'm going to try and get the replays of for you guys and try and catch up for that at some point in the next week. So we'll probably be doing that. There's also the Olimoleague Winter Finals next week as well, so we'll try and catch up on that as well. So we'll have a few Olimoleague days to get back on track with. So that is all coming. That is all happening. Just to let you guys know. As Vizka2, thank you so much for the 3-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for supporting us. We'll just take 1 minute here. Unfortunately, the ads have to play. So we'll take a minute and we'll go from there. Alright, let's go and get into you guys. Sorry, like I said, just buying a little bit of time for ads here and there. They are important. They help us pay the StarCraft 2 bills of running tournaments and so on. So appreciate it if you are watching through those as we head into game number 2 on Eldorado. I've already played one fun game on this map earlier today against Rogue. Let's see if he can play a fun game here today against Hero. Clem is the red Terran in the bottom left. Hero will be his opposition. Blue Protoss in the bottom right. Hero just really died in that last game. Just lost a bit too much stuff. Fell apart. Kind of rough. Derek coming up, Assimilator coming through, Rax and the Gas coming over as well. Got the Nexus onto the natural. Just have ourselves the Reaper and the Orbital continue to come up. Cybercore and the Nexus coming over. We take a few minutes to get settled here. Feels like pros are getting better results in tournaments nowadays. Yeah, I mean, MaxPack showing up, Hero showing up. Mostly just MaxPax and Hero. I mean, when you talk about the top of the top right now, it's Serral, Clem, MaxPax, Hero. It's like, you know, 2 Protoss, Terran and a Zerg are probably rated as the top 4 players in the world right now. I think that's a pretty good top 4 as well. I think I'd be very comfortable kind of naming those guys top 4. Just, you know, if you put the tier lists out there right now, for me, they are a clear-cut top 4. And there's no one that's competing at their level as consistently as those guys are, you know? Obviously, there's a lot of other great players, but I think overall my top 4 devs just simply consist of those guys. With some others that can probably climb back into that position with a couple good runs and so on. So the Reaper is a cruising, coming around that right hand side. Reactor refinery. Coming up from Clem, the Reaper hops into the right. Just going to be seeing the Adept and the Twilight Council coming through. Stalker will shove the Reaper back away over to that right side, and that Reaper does get cooked out of here. So Reaper can punch back at the moment. And get the blink on the way through. The warp gate still coming online. Get that probe to open up. Playing over the left-hand side, a few Marines gathering around. Gonna see the Adept is gonna fall, so Clem is able to pick that up at least. Stalker will be there. Hellion gets turned around. Hellion's just there for some map control. Obviously, Stalker won't let it happen. It's not a huge deal if this Hellion gets across or not. Would maybe like to see the third timing. Yeah, another Stalker and that Hellion. Oh, actually gets to the high ground. Going to run into the natural, so we're actually going to get some info. Going to be able to see the Robo timing. That's pretty nice for Clem. He didn't actually click on those structures, though, so I don't know how much he really gained from it. Maybe more than anything, that was just Clem able to kind of get to the other side. Nexus goes onto the third. We'll see the Nexus coming through. We get set up. Charge on the way out for a few moments. Goes around that right side, gets taken out as well. So Clem just trying to find as much information as possible here. Geralt with the Prism and the Charge on the way, taking the third base this time as well. He will expand up on the map, not going to take the bottom portion of the map just yet. We'll see what Clem wants to do expansion-wise when he gets to that stage, currently rocking the 3 racks, and no sign of a additional base just yet. Everyone comes across, obviously we'll be looking for some potential to set some water turrets down as we saw before. It was not super successful last game. It was pretty well defended by Hero. He did catch it initially the first time as well, by the way. Didn't really mention it, but we did see it on screen where this Raven was kind of caught coming across the map by a Stalker, and that's why it had to retreat and return around the other side. Already here, this Raven comes in for 3 probes, and super early in the game. It's already more effective than what we saw the Raven do last game. It's just going to sit at 3. That next order turret didn't target fire well enough. Will not be able to do too much else. System back combat shield. And +1 coming through. Hero with the Robo Bay as his tech choice right now as well. Probably about to finish. Gateway coming through. The additional results and the +1 attack coming about. Water turret drops down and a couple of probes will be going down as well. Got some shells coming online. We're just going to be having ourselves the Raven still sitting about. Gather and Clem with the couple of tanks out the front. Siege just to take his 3rd base. We're going to completely ignore the bottom of the map for now. Maybe a 4th base at some point from one of these guys. We'll get the bottom side of the map set up as well. And extended thermal lens coming over. +1 attack coming up and online. Back loads and we go down to the bottom, and Prism heads into the main base. Just gotta get the Prism straight in. I mean, this is Clem wanting to move out, right? But now has to come deal with this at the same time. Hero poking at the front. The defense at the front is still good, backed by 2 tanks. The Widowmine shot there was actually a big part of turning that around. As yeah, these 2 tanks going to do a lot to defend this. Oh, Hero, that's not good. Colossus will live for the moment, but I think he's going to die to the chase. That was just a mistake, although he does bait. Oh my god, he's actually going to get a lot of those units. The force fields were very good in return. You still gave up a Colossus, though. Not exactly ideal. Stalkers and Colossus coming up. Extended thermal lance and the armor upgrade coming about as we speak. The next is still coming online. The probes are building up as well. Turrets drop in, couple of probes pull back. We do have our Colossus coming up about to finish. Having the gates coming online as well. Armory gonna give us some upgrade options from Clem as he gets the second Engineering Bay online, and the 2 +1/+1 is finished for him. And the Stalkers gather, Colossus gathers as well. We've seen one Marauder gonna go down. Obviously Clem has the confidence. His army supply is there. He has a couple Vikings as well. Man, there's a lot of bio. Stemming straight up. Those Stalkers have to just go running for it. Now we do have force fields and we might have to use them here. It's like, I mean, it kind of sieves some of the Terran player through. Slows him a tiny amount. So that's come across. Widowmine going to connect. We'll see this disruptor shot. Gonna fire, and that's gonna be a quadruple kill on the Widow Mines. Wow. Take that as, let's see what the Zealots can do here. They're gonna hit into the tanks. I'm a little afraid they're not getting onto the bio, and the force fields I felt like hurt them a little bit as well. Bio pulls back to the left-hand side, getting back over that direction. Two upgrades coming online, the Ghost Academy coming up as well. It's going to be seeing the Bioforce gathering. CC lands at the front. Let's come across. Going to be seeing that factory floor on the bottom side, keeping an eye on things for just a little bit longer. Some speed, +2 attack, all that coming online. We get Ghost on the way from Clem. In the end, I'm obviously worried about here in this game, but Clem is not pushing the issue right now while maxed. This would be the moment for him to try and find some setups, and if he didn't find anything now, Hero's going to be maxed. Good work count. 5 bases, moving to a 6 base. Going to be in a very good position, plain and simple. As the Units chased up to the top. The Zealots get chased down. Vikings coming back over to 2 upgrades about to complete. Ghosts will build as the couple of Vikings are going to get jumped on immediately here. Disruptor shot completely whiffs. Prism, though, into the main. A couple of additional Zealots getting warped in with this as the Bioforce comes in to try and fight those Zealots. Now Zealots coming from the top side as well. You can see the Colossus fighting in the center. The Vikings going to be there. Stalkers need to start getting rid of some of these Vikings. They're also spreading the damage across all the Colossus. If all 3 Colossus live, that's a miracle, because I just don't think that should have been the case at all. As now 15 SCVs have gone down. Io and the Ghost coming across, getting the rest of those units as well. Seeing the other couple of units coming back over now as the Disruptors still gather in the center. 16 SCVs. Nice attack. This is just the auto turret over here. Gets some of the stack defense. So the Ravens still going active. Disruptors miss. Kills one. The other 2 get a single Marauder shot. And now Clem going to get a jump to chase that army a little bit. Going to get one more Disruptor. It looks like no. Stays alive. Last second it's able to live. Low HP survival right there. As now we get Bio loading on the bottom side. Going to come pushing across as well. A few Zealots and Stalkers will look to chase. The Medivacs load back up. We resettle ourselves once again here as the upgrades continue through. +3 attack, +2 armor coming in. The Ghost goes down on the bottom side. Bio and Low is going to grab this pylon. 4 base Terran, both players taking the kind of the top side kind of forward base. But Hero on the bottom of the map, I mean, taking the gold base from the 6 o'clock, something I don't think Clem really wants to let Hero get away with. But Hero putting his army down here is going to make, you know, it difficult for Clem to get there, but maybe Clem could throw everything to the top. It's a lot of army to have on the bottom side of the map that can't easily rotate upwards. So that might be a something you can take advantage of here, basically. We will see. Fire steps through, Stalkers get chased. Pop the Guardian Shield, and we are going to step through right now. Bio going to turn and fight. A couple of EMPs go down. The Prism just about gets out of there. Another Disruptor shot is going to whiff. Colossus now getting jumped on. A few Marines going down. The Vikings are still there. The Prism's low. It could be an easy target as the Disruptor will land for a Ghost. But everything's getting wiped out for Hero. He's going to lose everything, I think. I mean, can we chase for the Disruptors will be the question. We even see the Raven showing up out of nowhere, dropping an auto turret in. 2 Disruptors alive. I think that's maybe going to be 0 at the end of it all on this forward base. Not getting jumped on. What's Clem turning around for? Just scared of a Zealot warp in? I don't know what else he'd be turning around for here. I mean, that is It felt like he just, I mean, maybe just happy with what he's done, happy to go back, get reinforcements, and come across the map at a Pros who is now struggling for splash damage. Maybe he'd just rather that than anything else. We drop a pylon. We are going to see this Nexus now taking damage too, because that will go down over the next few moments, and we have ourselves the Zealot Stalkers still coming over as well. Vikings land, the Zealots get hit, the Stalkers taking damage too. Still getting chased the other way. The Disruptor now, Stalker's going to be the next part of this. The Vikings on the ground. Zealot charging up, that's a good Disruptor shot from the sides. Another one as well, so the reinforcing Disruptors are doing a lot here. As Clem will have to lift up and back away. Maybe go back toward reinforcements once more. The Zealots are still chasing from Hero though, didn't realize, and he loses a few of those. Needs all the buffer he can get right now, all the army supply he can grab for himself. EMP nearly nets Clem another Disruptor, but it's going to live on low HP. Tries to fire, gets killed immediately. Again, this is basically just Hero hanging on by the Purification Nova. Those Novas trying to keep Clem away and stop Clem from successfully attacking through into Hero for victory right now, as we are going to see yet another Disruptor go down. We were making quite a few of them. Libs are going to make it much more difficult though, because now Libs are going to come in from the other side, and the Disruptors are going to have to take Liberator fire if they want to get through. Clem drops back into the Zealot, which shows the confidence he has at this stage of the game. Hero just, I mean, he's on 9 army supply. Hero's supply is basically probes. He's going to warp in once again. He has quite a lot of gateways, 13 of them. He's going to put them all to use, but he ain't going to last forever. You're going to lose more bases. As you lose bases in economy, you will not be able to use all those gateways, which means you are slowly going to get overrun. If he isn't overrun already, right now he's really holding on by the fact he's sitting in some defensive positions behind Disruptors. He's going to be looking to let them do a lot of the work here. Fire still steps up. Pylon goes down. Robo facilities being depowered. The other Zealots come charging through. Got a couple Liberator shots firing forward as well. Another Liberator siege right at the front here. Split apart. A few Marines go down. I'm going to try and run in once again. You can do what you want here, but the Zealots are just going to melt. There's not enough reliable splash damage. Disruptors don't cut it at this point. GG's. Clem takes the 2-0 victory over Hero. And Clem on a little bit of a run here in this Olimoleague, moving into the semi-finals with that win. And yeah, 2-0 against Hero. Ain't easily done, but is able to find it on that one. GG's. All right. So, checking what the semi-finals are going to be, guys. We're going to cast both the semis. Okay, so the semi-finals. So Clem advances into the semis. We know that. He's going to play Solar. And the other semi-final is actually PvP with Zaun versus Geralt. So I guess we will do Zaun versus Geralt first, the PvP, then Clem versus Solar, and then our finals. How about that for the rest of this day? Sounds pretty good. Let me run some Adarinios, and we will get back to it. Cool. Is there more Clem today? Yes. Clem will play the semis. Again, so like I say, we'll do the Zaun Geralt game first, though. I think that's good to get the PvP done. Mirror matchups always just do a little bit worse, so do the PvP first, and we'll go from there. Cool. Give it about a minute for some ads, guys. We'll jump into some Geralt Zaun PvP action, which means we're going to have a Protoss versus Terran or Zerg in the finals, so the best of 5 at the end of this will be PvZ or PvT, so that's also cool. So no mirror matchup in the finals for the best of 5 that will cast today. Alrighty, guys. I think we are good to go. A minute to go, yeah. Let's do it. Let's jump into some PvP. See what happens. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Geralt. Top right, our red Protoss player is down. So it's funny, we've not seen either of these guys in the earlier rounds because we've literally been following just one section of the bracket. This happens when we cast live a lot of the time as well, but yeah, obviously in this case we never even really followed what was happening on the top side. I think Zaun played against, we saw Shin played against Skillus, so I'm not sure who knocked them out, maybe Solar. I'm not sure, I feel like I saw Zaun's name at some point, maybe he's like Zaun Ryong or something. This top side of the bracket was way less stacked than the bottom side though, so yeah, we're following a lot of the bottom side. That's where we've gone up to. Game number 1 of this PvP, and we're going to see Zaun's probe across the map. Obviously, this is going to be Zaun already, just low ground gatewaying and potentially a 1-gate expansion style from him. It's going to be the plan initially. Pro nibbles, probe, taking some shots. And probe moving about and take a couple of moments setting up. Obviously, this pylon blocking. It's going to force the Zealot to pop out and a probe as well. We'll cancel, we'll rebuild a pylon, just try and block this as long as possible, or as cheaply as possible. Zealot and probe is just going to be flanking. We are going to be seeing that going to be the 3rd pylon here. It's funny though, because for Geralt, that's now like 3 pylons cancelled, that's 75 minerals lost. I mean, just leaving a pylon to finish would have been 100 minerals at some point. So it was actually a pretty expensive block, just trying to extend it as long as he could. Geralt will be looking to expand himself. As the Stargate comes in from Zaun, he will have the tech advantage early and a faster expansion. He's going to go Void Ray. He's afraid. He is very afraid. We've seen our Adept moving about, just going to be shading around. Got a couple sentries coming through here as well currently, so bringing those online. Twilight Council and Nexus building up as the Void Ray of Zaun heads to the bottom left. So Zaun's Void going to come across, try and take position, see what we can do. Stalker sentries gathering up. Void Ray is going to go and hit the pylon. I think he's going to start from Geralt, a couple of gates, and the Robo Facility coming through as well. Just have our probes coming online. The Stasis Ward is going to set up in the back of this main base, and we do have the Void Ray activating onto the pylon as well, so that means I'm making use of this pylon. I'm not sure he was going to do much with it, but he's actually going to deny the Void... make use of this Void Ray. He's going to deny the pylon. 2 gates of Geralt get depowered, and the Void Ray going to go pick away at the corners now instead. Oracle chilling between the bases. Obviously, you can just wait a little bit and maybe try and Stasis Ward a bit deeper in the game. When things get a little bit more hectic again, you have more of a chance of landing that Stasis Ward because Zaun is not paying it, because Geralt is not paying attention right now, for example, even. And yeah, just going to keep trying to do that. Actually going to use this as a chance to free the Oracle, and he's going to get back out on the map with it, so it can get back to Revelating and keep in map control for the moment. We're seeing the gateway dropping into place, the charge coming up, the Immortal on the way. 2 gates and a forge coming around as the blink is going to be finishing very shortly here from Geralt. Yeah, forward gateway going to allow him to put some pressure on. He's going to be the faster third base player, as obviously he's going to have blink versus no blink, just straight to charge here from Zaun, making use of this Stargate. Actually, once again, the Void Ray may be a bit of a hero here, going to depower the gate, although even though that pylon goes down, we're going to have another pylon showing up. And Void Ray starts to escape away. All the Stalkers gather. Again, Immortal Sentries gathering up as well. Units of Geralt still in the middle of the map. Charge and +1 upgrades coming through from both players. The Temple Archives coming online. The gateways are building. I believe Zaun's the favorite. Yeah, I'd say Zaun's a favorite against Geralt. Zaun's kind of fun. He seems to be very good, and we just don't see him in everything. Kind of misses qualifying for some of the bigger stuff, but in the events that he does play, he is extremely good. So it's going to hit. Stalkers go down to the low ground here. +1 attack coming through. The extra gates coming online. Charge is coming up as well. So we continue to get that going as the army of Zaun cells into the center. It's going to see a couple of those Stalkers being taken out immediately. So going to grab those. Stalkers will be dropping. Thank you. Slowly reaching level 400 on Royal Match. A little bit more about that actually between the games. As the Zealots are going to jump onto a pylon there. So that pylon goes down. Extra Zealots getting warped in still. Stalkers would like to knock down that tower. At least have the option of knocking down the tower to create a defensive line for themselves. That supply just ain't there right now. I mean, this is an open where the Void Ray did a lot of harassment. The Stalkers never did anything with that blink. Resources lost is horribly in favor of Zaun. I mean, he's almost 1,000 resources lost. He just hasn't lost anything while Geralt has been losing units throughout. And as we engage up this ramp, I mean, pick and choose your fight sound, because you got to decide whether you want to go up to the natural or third, or if you're going to split this. It's going to be seeing the Stasis Ward still dropping into place. Hallucinations get knocked down. Stasis are great because they stop the units coming down the low ground easily. Tries to blink on the Prism, gets eaten by another Stasis, so Geralt's Stalkers are stuck. And the Prism will live for another warp-in, which is huge. Every warp-in you get on this side of the map is going to make life so much easier. Chasing down other Zealots. Archon morphing in at the moment. We'll see our couple of shots coming through. The Stalkers take a few more hits. The Zealots are still going to continue over. And we'll get rid of the cannon and just break our way through. I mean, this is too much clearly. Zan has all the tech units as well, right? In comparison to Geralt, who was just on Stalkers and a couple Zealots. This army was never going to make it work, and Zan is going to open up with a Game 1 victory in this best-of-3 semi-final. And what I would call the favorite is going to take a pretty favored approach to the series with the 1-0 advantage on Ultra Love. And just Geralt's game plan not really going anywhere, really, at the end of that. Unfortunately, it's going to be GG's. We'll head to ley lines for Game 2. Yeah, slowly just hit level 400 in Royal Match. I had a couple of people asking me about how long's left on the Royal Match sponsorship, guys, and if it's worth, starting up still, and I would say absolutely it is. I think we still have, I want to say, another week? 9 days and 18 hours. There you go. So you still actually have, 9 days and 18 hours for you guys. So, yeah, that is still very much so going on. And, yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying it. So yeah, go check that out. Exclamation mark Royal in the Twitch chat. If you hit level 20, you will start earning money for the stream, and the more you play, the more levels you hit, the more money that we get to the stream. We've already raised about $900 for StarCraft 2 tournaments, with the help of you guys actually just participating and playing the game, which is amazing. So you guys are absolutely making a difference. So keep it up. Check out Royal Match. We appreciate it. Let's go into game number 2 of this PvP. Live. I am live. Hello. The games were played a week ago. We're not allowed to cast Olimoleague live anyway, and I didn't have any time to add an Olimoleague replay broadcast last week, so it's the first chance we're getting. With our first chance, we're going to keep on diving into it as we go into game 2 on ley lines. Bottom left, it is going to be our red Protoss. It is Zaun. Top right, the blue Protoss is Geralt. We get into game number 2 of this best of 3. So game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Gates assembly is coming online. We've seen our probe moving about a little bit. We take a couple of moments. We're just going to have ourselves the Cybercore on the gateway coming through initially. Pound's coming down. Gate, the Cybercore coming through. The probe's coming up. And we got ourselves the probe chasing the other probe about as well. Come about, and again, it's going to be the gates continuing to build right now. Playing the blocking game as Zaun tries to get down to his natural. Obviously a little different here. Zaun doesn't low ground gateway, but he still goes one gate into Stargate. So Zaun going to play the Max Pack style and try to get away with this faster expansion. of, I mean, faster expansion maybe not, but faster tech, and obviously with only one gate, you can have a few more minerals available too. The Stalkers are going to be coming across the map, so Stalkers heading down to the bottom left-hand side. Again, Stargate about to complete the Nexus and the Stalker building up. Hope Gate coming in. A couple sentries building from Geralt at the same time, so all of that comes through. Nexus will be about halfway done from both players. Once again, just going to be that fact that Geralt is going to be behind on the tech, so how well can he do playing against those Stargate units? Can he do something to make this work out? Yeah, Nexus coming up on both sides. We'll be getting those finished. The Twilight Count's going to be the tech choice here on the side of Geralt. That's unsurprising. Zam goes straight to the Robo facility. So that's going to mean that he's going to have a very safe kind of follow-up here with Immortal production available to help him against any sort of Blink Stalker pressure. Well, let's have our Oracle again to that bottom right side. The Blink coming through, Gateway coming up. I see the Stalker descending again, warped in on the natural, just going to set up over there. Hops gets up to the top again, Resonating Glaives coming through. Additional gates coming about. Hops gets sieged up. The Nexus sets up on the third base. So Geralt just going to go straight to that. Going straight to Glaives here is Zound. Just going to try and hit the Immortal Adept timing off the bat. Just going to try and go for one big aggressive push. Immortal going to be finishing Chrono Boost now in a couple of moments. You do have, again, Resonating Glaives coming up to being done. We got the extra gates, the Prism coming about as well. And Geralt is going to try and do what he can to delay this and to deal some damage. Oh, Robo Facility going to be a bit exposed here. If you knock down that Robo, you lose the Prism before you can go across the map. That would be huge. How much does Geralt want to commit to it? It's tempting. Don't want to get too caught up. Starts to blink to the low ground as he is going to be very close to getting an Immortal, so that's going to be an easier target later down the line. Stalkers will hit the pylon. Pylon will go down. I mean, that's going to be nice. Stalkers just doing what they can. Again, anything to delay and to try and weaken this. So I was going to hit. The Adept will fall. A couple sentries coming about as well. A couple of units continue to come across. Again, the Immortals are going to step up as well. Charge and the +1 still coming. This will come over, hit these Stalkers a little bit. Obviously, this is the question mark of can these Blink Stalkers hold off against an aggressive push like this. Very committed from Zaun. Does not have a lot of follow-up. Geralt going to try and play on two sides. Has to micro on two different angles here. Is not easy. Going to start setting up some of the stasis wards. One of the ideal places for Geralt would be to get rid of that Prism. Blink on top of it with some of these units. just remove that from the equation nice and quickly. The sooner you get rid of that, the better off you're typically going to be here. As a warp-in gets cancelled by that prism jumping out of warp-in mode. Units caught in the stasis ward. Prism still safe for the moment. It's coming about, just going to be having the depths just going to shade through. Stalkers and the sentries coming around. So yeah, Adept shading. The Immortal's going to be moving about again. A few Stalkers blinking after those Adept. Plus one attack. About to complete on the side of Geralt. Keep on fighting through. The Immortals firing up. Stalkers, sentries taking some shots. You're going to see the force fields continuing to get into position right now. The Adepts are going to shade through. I mean, they threaten the shade. It's still got 4 Immortals. Very powerful. Stalker's going to blink on it right now. So this is going to be the moment. Prism not there to protect. All the Immortals go down, and Zaun's army just gets shredded. There's a comfortable defense from Geralt. I mean, I think this just took too long. I mean, you basically kind of take forever to actually make this fight happen as Zaun. You give Geralt all the time in the world to get more Stalkers and to put that blink into play and to trade with that blink throughout this. Stalker's still chasing after the Adept right now. And we'll just see a GG called. We're going to get tied up 1-1 in this best of 3. And we are going to go the distance as Geralt brings it back a map. Underdog. Getting a game going here. As we are going to go for game 3 on El Dorado, apparently. So El Dorado to tie, to break the tie in this semi-final. Get that going. Alright guys, so we will take a second, like I said, just gotta do some ads. We'll go into game number 3. Following this, we will have that matchup between Solo and Clem as well. And the finals. That's where we are going today, guys. That's what's coming up. That's what is coming up. Catched up on chat, but you guys have no catching up to be done, so we'll just get back to the games, I guess, in a second. Like I said, give me about 15 seconds, I can start it off for you all. And thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, appreciate you guys. Do. Boom, boom. Alright, let's do it. El Dorado, game number 3 of this semi-final. After this, we have the other semi-final, Clem and Sola. Gonna be playing. Get into that. See how we go. Let's go into the bottom right side of the map. Our blue Protoss player. And the blink defense off in the end. It is going to be Geralt dealing with that Immortal Adept attack of his opponent, Zaun. Comes into this looking to, again, be the favorite, but one more game of a PvP. Anything could realistically happen. Game number 3 on El Dorado, setting up as we speak, taking a few moments getting into this. And we're seeing the simulators, the gates coming through, as we are going to get 2 gates down. For Geralt, well, Zan will take the low ground gateway, so he will look to threaten the expansion early. He's been playing 1 gate throughout this series so far. That's something that Geralt can take advantage of. I think that's a great question as well. I mean, it should be possible for him to take advantage of this to some extent, you would think. We're going to chase the other probe away for a few moments. Again, probe chasing probe. There's the Stargate coming down. Zan continuing to just do what we've seen a lot of so far, so no surprises yet. Again, head panel will take some shots. Obviously, this is what we've been seeing in the previous games as well. Step going through against Stargate, about to finish up. The Oracle coming about also. Stalker just going to pull back over the right-hand side. Next is coming through. Probe and the Wolf Gate coming up as well. Going to try and shade through, but not going to get anywhere. Again, Twilight Cancel from Geralt. Really very similar to what we've seen in the previous games, so both players sticking by their style and doing what they think is the right call. We've seen the Stalker here is going to have to recall, so Geralt will be able to save that, but took a couple moments. Oracle drops the Revelation down. Stalker's coming back the other side. Solves the, again, Nexus finishing up here. So we're going to get both players on the Nexus at the same point. Geralt up a couple of workers, and with an army that is, again, obviously with the Oracle's got a little bit more potential, should keep his opponent pinned back a little bit with that as well. And we've seen the ups and the downs of these setups so far, so hold back and see. Stalker's Adept Sentry. Stalker's Adept and the Zealot from Zan pressing forwards, trying to create an opening for the Oracles, but they get deflected. Units staying in position in the main base, doing a great job of that. As the Oracle's turning back around the other direction, just going to be having the Twilight Forge. Continue to come up, Immortal coming through as well. Now Blink finishes off from Geralt, so will he be able to get across the map, or will he be able to put some work into play? Or will he just get held back at home? He takes the third base, but so will Zaun. Third base a little faster from Geralt. Tiny difference at the moment between them. Hallucination heading down the bottom right side. There is going to be the Oracle showing back up in the natural. That's where they're going to be able to get rid of a few probes. Souls come back across. The Oracle dies again. Charging +1. Continuing to produce in. The Immortal is building. The Hallucination still flying overhead. And the Sentry is going to be there to chase that Hallucination away. The Adepts still working across the left-hand side. Charge coming up. +1 attack. Stalkers and the Immortal all in production. Set up the stasis ward. The Hallucination pops into play as well. One Stalker gets caught in the stasis. A good job. Ignores the Hallucination as well. Yep, he knows it as well. Good job by Geralt. Good identification there, and does a great job of getting a lot of value. He very nearly gets the Oracle on top of everything else. It was a very good few moments for Geralt. He is going to be very happy with how that went. As the Stalkers keep trading, a few more probes going down. The Zealot's going to get jumped on now as well. Charge +1. The Immortal halfway done. One attack upgrade about halfway through from Geralt as well. We still just see the extra probes, the gate, the charge coming online. Geralt gets all of that settled in for the moment here, so we get that up and rolling. Charging +1 will finish from Zaun. Gives him a good advantage for a little bit. Going to take a little while until the charging +1 is done from Geralt, so maybe we'll see how that goes. Stalkers will make their way forward. You see a few units gathering together as well here. So we're having the defense looking okay for Zaun, but let's see what the Stalkers can do, because there is going to be the issue of the Stalkers still being able to kind of poke up the ramp at least a little bit right now. Definitely a little bit of an issue. Oracle's still kind of lingering, getting a few more probes. Lost one, but the other one can still find some moments. I mean, obviously just nice to keep an Oracle up for revelations and information as the game progresses as well. Obviously, Zaun this time is going to go into more, but will continue into the charge rather than trying to hit like a big Blaze timing or anything like that, so just trying to make do there, as we do have the force field coming about also. Keep that going. And the +2 attack and the charge continues to get settled in at the moment. Both players will have similar upgrades, so we get that established as well here currently. Hallucination coming around. Again, information still going to be critical. That Oracle still lingering from Zaun on the other side as well, trying to see a bit more of what else is going on. Stalker's going to aim for the Nexus. I mean, attempted gold from Zaun gets denied immediately. The fourth is coming up as well on the side of... the fourth is coming up as well on the side of... Geralt. So you are kind of down a base here as Zaun. He's going to push around the bottom side. Interested to see how that ends up. Drop a little revelation into place. Shots going through, the Prism's still sitting there. The Immortal's going to fire some shots back. The Zald's going to charge in. Turn some fire as the army will come back across. The army sets up a little bit. Again, +2 and Archon coming in online. Prism is coming about as well. So there's a couple of observers moving over. We're just going to see our stasis ward a little set up. Two more High Templars coming about again. +2 attack coming online, the Archon and the Pylons all coming in. Add an Immortal, a Cannon, and a Battery into that list. As the Stalkers are going to get jumped on, the Fusel's are going to come through. Stalkers are going to be there, the Prism. Blah. Turned around and denied. That Stasis Ward catches a group of units. The Prism does go down, actually, so Good couple of moments for Zound catching some units. Oh, the Oracle dies, though. I mean, again, the Oracle, you can see its effect already. It's nice to get rid of it. The value that it can provide is absolutely always going to be there, so just knocking that down and getting rid of it, big bonus. Let's just have a few more Zealots coming through and able to push all of that away. Contrast come back up through the center here now. The Stalkers are coming about as well. The Robo Facility, Robo Bay coming online. Just going to continue to step in. Zound is going to have the gold base active during this as well. So as he knocks down one base, he's going to put it to 4 bases each. And he's going to have the gold. He's ahead in army supply too. Catch a couple of these Stalkers initially. A lot of the Zealots in the front. It's a moment in the game where it's like, look at the tech unit counts. 4 Mortals, 4 Archons versus 1 and 3. Favors Zound heavily into this fight. See if the Stalkers can, with their blink, can make an impact. Honestly, so far it doesn't look like it. The Prism gets warp-ins freely. A few Zealots already in the natural, causing some trouble, and we just continue to leak up here. Gonna force Geralt to potentially run up the ramp into him. No, we're gonna end up turning and fighting. Oh, the Archons dealing with the Zealots is obviously a big deal as well, but the Zealots on the right side still from Zound doing very well, and keeping a lot of his tech units alive as well. So those tech units staying alive really do a lot for you. Plus 3 attack coming in, the Disruptor, and Immortal coming around. So that's going to get cleaned up. Robo Facility goes down. Additional Stalkers warp in once again. I'm just going to be seeing the Prism warp in a few more Zealots. The units continue to fire. Nexus will be taking some shots potentially as the couple of Archons get rid of the Stalkers here. We continue to go back and forth. We will have ourselves the army of Geralt just unable to really break through with enough power. It's going to be GG, and Zound is going to take game number 3 of this series. So Zound is going to win out the semis, and he will advance through to play the finals against either Clem or Solar, depending on who comes out of our next semi-final victorious. Alrighty, guys. Now, I'm just going to throw us to a break screen quickly. We'll come back. We'll go into that Clem versus Solo best of 3. And the winner of that plays down in the finals. So I'll see you guys in just a few for some TVZ. Hello, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience as we get into this solo Clem matchup. We're gonna go into it right now. Some TVZ action. Get this one underway. See what we get. So, semifinals here of Olimoleague 237. We do have in the bottom left-hand side our blue Zerg player from Falcons, is Solar. Taking on in the top right, our red Terran player from Team Liquid, we have got Clem. So, some Terran versus Zerg. We started up on Ultra Love for game number 1 of this best of 3. We look to see where we're going to take this, what's going to happen, what is exactly going to go down as we just have our racks and our gas coming through, a couple of drones and a hatchery coming online as well, so we got a lot of stuff done early. We're just going to continue to the upper right. Clem has definitely been favored against Solar lately. I'm trying to think of the last time these two played. Solar's the kind of player who oftentimes can kind of step up against Clem for a little bit, but I do feel like the game goes on. Sometimes Solar makes it work with the lurkers, but if he doesn't make it work with lurkers, I feel like he struggles a bit. I mean, I think they played in the Christmas Day games, right, is what I'm thinking of. And Solo took a map in that series, but overall Clem just a bit too powerful. I think a lot of the time Clem just gets ahead a little bit too much as well in those scenarios. Gets himself ahead early a lot of the time, puts himself in good positions, and from good positions, he's able to come through and really perform for himself. So yeah, we'll see what happens here as we settle into some action. Just gonna have our drones coming up. We get ready to go. And yeah, we have ourselves the Reaper already coming through. Gonna aim after a couple of those Zerglings, so they're gonna go pushing back. Queens and drones continue to come online as well. Just bring a lot of this online for the moment as we get settled into play. The Reaper gonna fight a few drones, taking some damage. And a fair few shots coming through as the Reaper continues to come around. CC's just coming online. So yeah, Reaper gathers, the Queen coming over. Just gonna see the starport coming up, command center coming through. Again, link speed gonna be coming into play as well, so we just got a lot of that brought into play right from the get-go. Reaper is gonna go and get pushed back by the Queen. Aliens continue to build, the Marines continue to come about and get this settled in for a few moments. And the Reapers and that Hellion. The Reaper and the Hellions gonna make their way around. Clem just poking, prodding. Triple CC from him, going to be finishing up, and so we're gonna have himself into a 3CC. Looks like Hellion Liberator build. Bread and butter, realistically, for Clem. That's what we see from him a lot of the time. Still poking. We do have our Stimpack coming online, the Liberator and the Marine coming through, SCVs in production as well. poke with the Queens. Obviously, Queen's able to hold the front lines. That's what you want to get that creep spread out, get that position moving. Lions will make their way across. And still coming through the Queens. It's going to be trying to make their way over the action coming around. Just going to be seeing the Queens still setting up here, and the Hellions still getting chased away off that right hand side. 1-1 upgrade, stim pack continue to come through for the moment. It's going to be there, pushing the Hellions back around the direction. Again, just going to have our Carapace. The upgrade choice here currently from Solar. Add a melee upgrade onto that as well. As the Hellion numbers all gather together, and we'll see finally some medevacs ready to go across the map so we can put some pressure out to the other side. Looking to get that on the go immediately here as the Hellions will follow up, chasing those medevacs down so they can accompany. We can try and deal some damage here, so let's see what we can do. As the Marines begin to drop off. The Wings gather together, the Queen's going to be right there. Knock down an Overlord, and then the Creep Team is getting picked away at immediately. A couple more drones going down, the Hellbats will step up. Queen's taking damage as well. We're not going to be seeing our Hellbats still pressing through. The Marines will be chasing the Overlord, taking damage as well. 8 drones going down. And 9. Wings still wrapping around, cleaning up those Marines. And the Medevac's going to boost toward the main base. So we get 9 drones. Pretty good damage to start us off here on Ultra Love. Clem definitely getting off to the races to begin with. I mean, that puts you in a great position to begin with. Marines load up once again. Kind of low HP, so they can't do much else, but like I say, the damage is really already done. Let's do attack upgrade. Drilling Claws on the way. Marine Widowmine going to come around the left. Is going to come across. He's going to be seeing those Marines. Oh, do not get picked up. That's a mistake. It's a little bit of a disaster right there. That is a problem. Just going to see those Banes now going to morph in. More units coming around the left-hand side. I think it's going to get pushed away, man. If that wasn't for those Bailey hits, I mean, Clem would have a massive supply lead. Instead, he has a decent supply lead. Would have been truly disastrous. When we step up, the Overlord going to be taking damage. It's going to be a nice kill. We get rid of some crew teamers too. Clem has a line of Widowmines to help him here. One Queen just lives until the Marines finish it off. Now the other Widowmine is going to be aiming. That one does not fire. That might have been a shot. Finally a couple of shots coming through. Marine's going to step up, and a couple of Queens start going down once again. Clem will be relying on the medevacs to escape, and this time he does get the lift off before disaster strikes, so Clem gets away this time. Like I say, obviously that was not the case last time around. There's another Widowmine shot going to go for quite a few of the Lings. Marines are going to stim off over to the right side. The other Marines stimming as well. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Liberators, Marines, Widow Mines, Barracks, all continuing to produce. As we are just going to see another scan dropping into play once again. That on the move. Have a lurk den from Solo. I always feel as though if Solo does get to those lurkers, he's in quite a good position. I have a battle complete. We are going to see the battle coming over. A couple creep teamers going to get knocked down. Ghost Academy coming up as well, about halfway done. We actually have these Liberators already firing a couple of shots, getting some kills. Targeting Banes currently. The Hydra will go down, but there's a Spore there as well. There's a couple of Liberators going for some damage at the very least. Gonna put some work in. Widowmine sieging up, burrowing up. Liberator sieging up. The problem for Solo is that he's not really getting much chance to step on the map. Gives Clem a lot of the opportunity to set up the attacks and, you know, pick the fights. Obviously some Vipers come in, that helps. We did get the Lurker Den. We've just not gotten any Lurker upgrades yet, and he's prioritizing the Vipers and just Lingbane Hydra at the moment. So it doesn't feel like rushing the Lurker is going to do it for him. And even get the Nanomuscular as well, so those Hydras lunging about. 3-3 building right now. Let me see now. What am I going to fire? A few Lings going to go down. You'll see the Lings Hydra continue to bout again. Upgrades coming through. The bot going to come across. A couple of those creep teamers going down already. And the army now of Clem going to go over to that left-hand side. So step over to the left, the Baneling goes down, the Lurkers are going to begin to fire as well. Fire gathers up again, a couple creep teamers getting knocked here. We're not going to be seeing Clem still playing with this split army. Makes it so difficult to get across the map. Lurkers begin to get shot down. We are going to see the Liberator is going to be a big issue for these Lurkers. I mean, there's not really a good answer to them right now, apart from kind of abducting them through or getting the Hydras to break on top. And Clem obviously has been kind of in control of this game the entire way through. As those Lurkers drop, I guess we are given an example of exactly why Solo was not rushing into those Lurkers a little bit faster. I have to really respect the fact that Clem might just break through, and that is kind of happening. To be fair, it wasn't that many Lurkers. How many did we lose? 3, 4? 5? Yeah, a couple more than I thought, honestly, but I mean, still, 5 Lurkers is never a scary number, as right now Ghosts are just standing here in liberation zones, and they're able to get some good shots off, and this, quite frankly, is just going from bad to worse. It's just going from bad to worse. Additional Ghosts coming through, Marine Marauder, Liberator, all coming about. Widow Mines are building. 2 Banelings are going to come through as well. We'll skip the right. A couple of Libs. Going to try and get toward the Overseer as well. The Medevac coming over will unload a Widow Mine and a few other units as well. The Overseer gets to the top. Pops down a Nidus network. Nidus will fall. And the Liberator going to jump back onto the Overseer as well. Snipe from the Ghost. Liberator is going to be there. Another snipe to speed up the process. And it's going to be Clem down to the bottom side. There's a couple of drones getting knocked away at. The Lingbane Hydra's going to come through. The Overseers are going to step forward as well. Widow Mines trying to line up some shots. The Overseer will get chased away. Clem has so much money in the bank. He has so many bases against Solo. Has not been able to do anything to kind of throw units at Clem's side of the map for a long time. And so, I mean, this is a game where Clem has lost, like, as he kills all these Hydras. He's lost one SCV. You don't win games of TVZ against Clem where you kill one SCV. So you're basically asking Clem to self-destruct on your side of the map as he's attacking you. And Clem just doesn't do that. Like, that's not a mistake he makes. As these Knights just pop out some lurkers, they go down. They realized it, they try to get away, but one of them tried to dive through. It went down. Ghost just getting catches here, there, and everywhere, and Solar is quite literally just bleeding out right now. He is just bleeding out. Another Ghost coming through. The Liberator is going to be there. A couple of Ghost snipes. Hydra's going down. The fire still coming through. The couple of lurkers getting jumped on. I mean, they're just getting absolutely destroyed. Not a chance in the world. GG is called, and Solar will tap to give Clem the first game of this best of 3 semi-finals. So Clem showing up strong. Let's be realistic, right? I mean, no messing around. Like, just controlled that game throughout 15 minutes. I don't think there was a single moment where I was like, Solar! You know? Like, not for a moment. Not for a moment. Yo, Thor is here. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you for supporting. Be heading into ley lines here in a couple moments, guys. Game number 2 coming up. Give it a second. Alright, let's go. That's clear. Game number 2 coming up on ley lines. Clem versus Solar. And we'll head into this. In the top right hand side, we are going to have our blue Zerg. He's going to be down a game and is going to have to try and pull this back. He wants to take some opportunities in this. It's Solar. While in the bottom left, the red Terran player is Clem. Game 2 of our best of 3, and we'll see what Clem's opening will look like. We'll see if Solar tries to do anything a little different here. Again, semi-finals right now. Clem versus Solar. The winner plays Zaun in the finals. That's where we are at. Let's see where we go and see what these players are going to bring. Chill early game. Reaper starts up. Hatch cast pull from Solar. Really nothing too surprising just yet. Clem gives the SEV across the map, which means that he can block an expansion. Kind of force the Zerg to take the less ideal expansion typically, so And keeping our eyes on that as the Reaper is about to arrive and move into the natural to start trying to deal some damage. Reaper turns around. You have the Queen going to continue over for a moment or so. Going to drop another little grenade onto that Queen, push that back. Dropping down the hatchery, and the Reaper from Clem gonna poke at the front still, but for the most part he's gonna get turned away. He's in position, Reaper takes a shot. Reaper joins up, Hellions are going to get a creep tumor. And Clem is very quick onto the additional barracks, right? So, second rack's already, no stop one until just now. So again, just going to be low on this Hellion count, just a couple of Hellions this game. And playing into the starport now to eventually get a bunch of Marines coming in. Well, Hellions can gather up for the moment. They have a black continuing through, so we continue to get that up and running for a few moments here. We keep that coming into play. And Armory comes up as well. Just going to get that started as we speak. Hellions can get another creep tumor as well, so a little bit more damage being done. And Hellions still gather up. We do have ourselves the medevac making its way onto the map, so 4 Hellions going to be accompanying this. So we actually have with the Armory, obviously this turns into a pretty aggressive attack early on. Brings and load. Hellions going to be that. Marine step up. A couple of those Banelings going to go down immediately. Kind of scary. I mean, the Banelings go down quickly, but the Queens are making a defense. As long as the Queens sit there and stand, we should be alright with this, and that is going to be units pushed away. Sola is going to get a defense made. I think good enough defense too. It wasn't cheap. It cost him a few units. It was pretty even across the board, though, and that's the main thing. And you don't lose any drones. Queen's going to be there. Medevac gets turned away. 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming up as well. Your team is still going down. The overall getting pushed to the side. That's why Clem's already trying to bring that multitasking around as he comes back around the right. The Queens take a little bit more damage. 1-1 upgrade still coming through. And melee upgrades coming up on the side of Solo. There's Hydras and Banes coming up as well. You've never seen a Hellbat attack do anything ever? Well, I mean, this one just traded well against Solo, knocked his Baneling count down. and gave Clem map control. So, you know, it has achieved a reasonable state of the game for Clem. I never understand this. People, this notion of like Hellbat attacks do nothing. I know it's like, I think it was a GSL meme or something, but I just don't get it because like Hellbat attacks consistently find success. Do they kill the Zerg all the time? No. Do they keep the Zerg honest a lot of the time? Yes. And have they killed Zerg a lot of the time in the past? Yes, they have. You know, people really see one game where Hellbats do nothing, or 2 games, and they're just like, that's it, Hellbat attacks, it's over for them, I've never seen one do anything in my life. So, yeah, I don't know. It's almost like you build a Hellbat and the viewers are like, whoa, he built 2 Hellbats, this is it, this is do or die, he's all in. I mean, sometimes Hellbat attacks are more committed, they do need to find some value, but they don't have to straight up, you know, get the Zerg to leave the game, right? StarCraft 3 has water bats, yeah. They just spray water at units. Turns out water does no damage. They're purely cosmetic. Yeah, I think one of the rise of the problems with the Hellbat, I guess, is the roach styles, which have become so much more popular. You know, back when Hellbat attacks were first a thing, roaches were used as an all-in. Now games use roaches much more into like a mid and macro game. And so, in that regard, I guess Hellbat attacks took a kind of a major decline, but in games like this, where it was Ling Bane set up, like, Hellbat attacks still do fine. You know, they can still be a good choice. I mean, they can still be defended too. It's not just meant to be an auto win. As these Banes are going to get jumped on, so they're going to get cleaned up. Not much else done there. Pretty good handling of the attacks by Clem. Not going to let Solar get too much done. Bane's just going to roll forward here. The Hydra's going to step through a couple of Wooden Mines. Trying to get something done. The Marines turn back the other way. A couple of Banes get picked off. The Overseer goes down. Ember and Reburrow the Mines. As Marines come back over again. Hydra's going to be there. Marines get turned away. 2-2 upgrades from both players coming through. The Lurker Den is about to finish up. The Vipers are producing. Ghost Academy coming online as well as that Bio Army gets split across. Clem once again looking to do what he did in the last game, which is just to split this up into a couple of different directions and to go from there. So we're seeing the Bio pulling back. The Ling Hydra Bane continue to come over. Just going to be having ourselves the Widow Mine's getting burrowed up as well. We got our Seismic Spines, +1 missiles, Adrenal Glands coming through. These Marines are still stimming up through to the top. A few drones are going to begin to go down. Hatchery will fall, and that is going to be the 12 o'clock going down. So, Clem succeeds at knocking his opponent down to 4 bases. Flip siege up. This Hatchery going to take some damage. Some hits off here. As you're going to see that Hatch taking damage. You've got another Widow Mine shot coming through. Overseer's going to get caught. Ling Hydra going to step through as well, and Overseer will go down. Again, Adrenal Glands +1 missiles, and the Seismic Spines continue to build up as our Bio gets rid of all those Broodlings. And now Clem continues to push around this right-hand side. Family's coming about. The Ling Bane Hydra still stepping forward. A couple Liberators get sieged up. We're going to push away the other direction. All of those Lings still trying to wrap around. The Bio going to have to try and run away. Parasect bomb onto one of the Medivacs. The pushback from Solo going to have Clem in full retreat mode. That's a Widow Mine shot though. Yeah, I'm just going to go dead center into the middle of those Lings. That's going to be brutal as the Widowmine here. Going to hit the Viper. It's just going to survive, but going to be hurting a little bit. Things to be aware of for the future. Things that could come back to haunt you. Some damage on that Viper could be something, like I say, to haunt you in the future. Medevac bio units all gathering up as well once more. CC going to lift off and move away to the sides. Okay. Thank you, Blizzard Services. Appreciate that. Was that actually my internet? Oh, my internet went down. Oh, that's fun. Stop a moment. I have internet. Why aren't you reconnecting? YouTube stream's still up, right? YouTube stream's still up, it's just not going live on Twitch. Back. Hang on, what internet am I on? Oh, I might be on the wrong internet now to multi-stream. Might be on the Wi-Fi. Oh yeah, I'm on the Wi-Fi. Huh. It's not great. One sec, guys. So my issue right now is I'm on the Wi-Fi on my other internet. So give me 1 sec while I try and sort this out. Turn off my computer's Wi-Fi. If I turn off my computer's Wi-Fi, we'll have no internet because the... No, you're misunderstanding. I'm connected to my second internet by the Wi-Fi right now. That's why I'm streaming. That's why I'm live. If I turn off the Wi-Fi, I'll have no internet. Because my wired internet is down. Give me a sec. Yeah, guys, no video. I've paused the game. Hang on. Yeah, I paused the game. I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing. I'm gonna try reset my internet, and if that doesn't work, I'm probably gonna have to turn the YouTube stream off because I can't stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So that's probably the situation. I'm gonna try and restart the main internet. If that doesn't come back online, then we pretty much are destined to just have to turn the YouTube stream off. So be right back, guys. 1 sec. I guess intense reset. We'll give it a minute, and we'll see where we're at. The TLDR. Yeah, give us a moment. Do 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 do. Oh, and I'm not convinced it's gonna come back on. This happened a little while ago as well. I don't remember when that was. Hello. It's fixed. Alright. Sorry for that, guys. Apologies. Let's get back to it. Where we should be good. We're back. You guys can hear me on YouTube and Twitch, I think. So I'm pretty sure we can just go. Get back to it. Thanks for your patience. Alright. Let's get back to it. So, Clem was getting chased by some Banelings right here. And the Ling's showing up as well. Widowmines have been pretty good for Clem this game. It's another decent one right there. As we're here on Leylines, Clem is up 1-0 in the semi-finals of this Olimoleague 237. As the Hydras get across there as well, Widowmine going to fire some lurk detection shots. The Niners in the main base getting up for a second is nice, but obviously only a couple lurkers, and they end up going down, so that shouldn't do too much either. Sub turret's going to shoot. The Overseer goes down. Still going to end up supply blocked. It just also removes the potential of further Nidus networks, right? So that will be a factor as well here. Let's have our Bioforce continuing to come over. We're going to be seeing the Bioforce coming across. It's going to step through. Queen's Creep Team is going to take some damage. That is going to be a little snipe coming down as well. It's going to be seeing this army setting up. The hatchery takes some damage. Now we're going to see the Banes coming through as well. Here we go. Viper's coming overhead. Widowmine shot's going to go off on the Lings. We're now going to see a lot of the Ling Bane Hydra continue to chase right now as Foundry Forge will start to try and hold up. Widowmine shots onto an Overlord or two. Seeing the Bane still crashing into the mineral line. And I think we've got ourselves, I mean, Clem's taking some losses. He's going to try and fight back through the center, chasing the Vipers. Snipe is not good there. That Viper gets away, but the Marines are still going to hunt. Yeah, there's no chance they get a kill, right? Not at all. So the Vipers get to live. Big bonus. Now some Lings coming down the bottom side. Some of the bio units showing up as well. Cloaking coming online. The Ghosts and the Libs and the Marines and the Medevac coming up too. See the Zerglings still making their way down to the bottom side here. Widowmine's going to launch. Parasite Bomb goes off onto a Medevac. We do see Widowmine shots still connecting. Trying to get all of the snipers down as we do have our Bioforce still pushing into the middle of the map here. For a moment I thought we were just going to commit. Solo, it's down a bit of supply now. Once again, bank is there for both players. So both players have access to the money they may need to continue through this. The Bio comes forward once again now. Still just stepping up for the next few moments as we are going to be seeing our Bioforce going to be here in a couple of Lings. going down. Solo just kind of trailing a couple units in at a time. Nice network attempt still being denied from what I can tell as well. You have the Lings, Banes, and Hydras running down this ramp. EMP goes off on the Vipers. That's going to be a catch. Now drones going down on the top side. Base, the Ling Bane, still chasing through. Those Ghosts going to have to split or something. Ghosts all going down. Hatchery dies on the 12 o'clock, plus 3 melee. Hydras, Lings, all producing through. Those Lurkers are going to pop out. They're going to go after the Widow Mine. Liberators will now siege and push those Lurkers away once more. One Lurker goes down, and the Nidus will fall. The Medivacs load up. Plus 3 melee upgrades still coming through. Again, Lingbane Hydra continues up. Medivacs still sit between the bases. Solo's bank is completing quickly. He has... Oh! This is the full Medivac with the bomb. Yeah, he still has a lot of gas, but not a lot of minerals, which is obviously going to be a problem as we continue through. So just seeing the Vipers trying to consume a little bit here and there. Seers just going to be getting sniped. They're going to be a target for those Ghosts just in the front. Easy targets as well. Now Viper's going down too. I mean, Soul just got completely destroyed in this last fight. That all goes very wrong very quickly. That'll be GG's, and Clem is going to take a 2-0 here to win the semis and move through to the finals. Alrighty guys, sorry for the tech issues. My internet just needed, my router just needed a restart, it seems. And, it gets a bit weird because it's like, it doesn't just die, because I have a second internet connection, so obviously I connect to the second one. The second one's not quite good enough to multi-stream, which is the only downside. But it is there to kind of keep the stream live at least, I guess, while we get the first internet sorted out. So that's just what happened there. Took a little bit of time. But we got sorted. Alright, we'll go with finals then. It is going to be Clem versus Zaun in this finals, so we'll get that set up. A couple of minutes, guys. Kick off into this grand finale. Sorry for the, like I say, the tech issues. Hopefully, some clean running from here on out. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Do. I think we can send it. Let me just go. See what? Just jumping in. I don't want to wait around. We lost some time to the downtime. Let's just keep it going. In the bottom left-hand corner, we are going to start off this grand final of Olimoleague 237 with our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. It is Clem. Takes on the red Protoss in the bottom right-hand corner. It is Zaun. Alright, well, Zaun, we didn't see much of. We just saw a semi-final matchup. Has taken maps off of Clem in meetings against him over the last few months. Let's see what happens here as our Raxnar gas get going. Gate and the assembly is coming up. Let me get this into play. Cybercore coming online, probes coming up, orbital command coming through. Take a few moments right now. Next drops into the natural. So best of 5 final. What are we going to see from Zan? I actually don't know if I really casted much of Zan lately. Zan has been a little bit kind of hidden away, not playing in as many tournaments. We've obviously casted a lot of Clem. Trying to see, as we have the Reaper moving around for a couple moments, trying to see a little bit of what is up and what is going on. Hallucination is going to fly overhead. We do have our factory coming online as well. They're just going to shoot a couple probes, going to take some shots. Twilight Council and Nexus coming by. Probe is going to fall, stalking the sentry, hitting the Reaper. Stalking the sentry, move about. Blink continues through. Just to come check what's up. I mean, we see Blink coming in. It's really not too much of a surprise if we talk about Brutal's openings right now. We talked about it earlier. Blink is kind of the most expected opener, so we'll see Blink being the initial choice from Zaun in this series. Of course, that's the question, because across the space of a best of 5, there's potential to have room to do a lot of builds other than Blink, right? Or to mix your Blink builds up. So starting fairly standard here from Zaun. Like I say, we'll see how these games go, given a little bit of time and given a little bit of development as well. Everything comes about up through the top. Again, we got the Blink coming through, the Robo Facility, and the Nexus coming about as well. Similar to continue to produce for the moment. So this is going to move about. Just going to see that Raven take a couple of shots, and we are going to be seeing it going down. So that's going to be a good shutdown from Zaun. Getting that Raven early, nothing lost to it, is absolutely huge. So that is a major plus. Yeah, Observer heads through the bottom side. Fire still moving around. Stimpack, Combat Shield +1 all coming out. Medivacs in production as well. Charge and Robo Bay. Extra gates coming about. Our Stalker's going to hit a Marine for a few moments. Seeing the Marines and the Widow Mines continue to gather. Medivacs boost through the bottom again. Send Thermal Lance coming up, Charge coming in. Fire gonna fire it through, just gonna be seeing Warp Gate coming up as well. And extend Thermal Lance will start. Charge finished is obviously going to give Zaun a little bit of an option. Our Stalker's going to be hitting the Medivacs a little. Nexus drops at the front. Trying to get a Stalker on this bottom side, of course, Eldorado. Going to be a fun map for kind of seeing top versus bottom fights. We're going to see Clem expanding up top while Thanos takes that gold as well. Bringing ahead Hallucination. And taking some shots as well. Gathering tank, Medivacs joining up. We've seen the a couple of Vikings in the sky. The Marauders coming through is a big boost to Medivacs. So Clem really just going to play on this bottom side, trying to hit this gold base. Obviously, you can siege the tank. There's not really a way for Protoss Army to arrive here. This is a great moment for Zaun to get units across the top side of the map, right? Could hit that third base to Clem rather easily at this point. The Bio will sit here and chill for a moment or two. And we take an Nexus top right side as well so we can get that started immediately. Is firing, the Bio unit's taking damage. Another probe's going to get grabbed. And they'll see the Robo Facility Nexus. Probes, Zealots, all coming online. Bosses will shoot, the Marauders take some damage, Stalker has to step away. But the Marauders is going to step through as well, again just stopping this gold base from landing is currently Clem's priority, it would seem. So a lot of Zealots are on the top, and like I say, it makes a lot of sense because Clem has been completely focused on kind of setting up on the bottom side. So if you have a chance to send Zealots in right now, I think you take them. Going through, tank on the bottom side. Just be seeing another Wood Mine shot going off, the Zealot goes down. Nexus, Zealots, and Disruptors all continue to be built. So we have on our Ghosts and our Vikings, Marines as well continuing up. So we're going to finish very soon. Disruptor is building as well. So we're going to jump onto the Sense Tower. I'm just going to be seeing Clem comes around though, so the Zealot's going to be dealt with. Slowly sieging this gold base still at this point. They're going to sit there, just going to be seeing the force field still placed down. I mean, we've got a couple of units, but Clem is going to get rid of that gold. It's been his gold for a long time, to be fair. Let's just have the Ghosts and Vikings going the other way. One more Zealot on the top gets grabbed. Going to shoot, a couple of Zealots going to take some shots, damage being done, Disruptor shot coming in from the side. And the Vikings going to be able to get on top of those Colossus, and we are going to be seeing one of them very low, the other one. I mean, running is never fun as a Protoss. We're going to lose one Colossus, we're going to lose two. The Stalker's just not nowhere near getting those Vikings. And so I'm going to start playing this Disruptor focus game, which is going to be a little tough. Love the Zealot counterattack though, as Clem now more focused in the center. I really feel like Zaun early on the Zealot counterattack just waited so long. So the rest of the Bio coming through, we're going to see a couple of EMPs going down. The Disruptors figuring out if they want to shoot or not. The problem is if they shoot, you can already see the Terrans backing away. It almost feels like shots that are going to go on cooldown for no reason. If anything, you have more threat of hitting your own Zealots than anything else. As a couple of Colossus continue by, the 2-2 upgrades are coming in. Shadow Stride going to be the upgrade coming through on the side of Zaun as well. As the Nexus, Colossus, Battery and Cannon all build. So wouldn't mind at least getting a fire before they get cleaned up. So again, a little bit of value might not have expected. Zaun instantly into, 2 new Colossus, 11 new Zealots. I'm playing Split him on the Disruptors right now, and does a great job of it. Stays away, gets rid of one Disruptor. That Disruptor shot not quite going to land either just yet, unable to for now. Another Disruptor shot that's going to land a little short of the mark. Actually have some DTs going to wander across the left-hand side. Ghost coming down as another Disruptor going to aim towards the Bioforce. Zealots are going to start charging through. More Bio coming across as well. DT gets up to the top. The Vikings going to get the DT as well. Another Disruptor shot. Going to be huge. Delivery is going to be continue to get sieged up. Vikings are going to fly through. The Colossus taking damage. I mean, at least we get into an aggressive spot here as Zaun. Can he do something with these Disruptors? So far, he is missing the mark. They've had a couple connections, but nothing major. The Zealots are going to go fire again. This Disruptor has to peel off to the side, otherwise he's going to hit Zealots. As Clem basically just trying to fight against the massive Zealots in the front lines. If he gets through those, then obviously jumping on the Disruptors would be even better. This Colossus still building into play. Dodging some Disruptor shots once again. Coming about, Disruptor shot. It's going to get missed once more. That Disruptor gets sacrificed. Continue coming around again. 3 Threadbreakers coming through, the extra Disruptors coming over. Continue to fire. Vikings going to shoot. Colossus going to take some hits. One Colossus goes down. Another Colossus getting chased and killed off as well. I think he's landing. Some of those Zealots taking shots. Still chases over again. I mean, this is becoming a bit of a slog for Zaun, I feel like, where he's just trying to make stuff happen with a very low-tech army. I mean, he's got the Disruptors, and there's mostly just gateway units. Clem will not go running across the map into this, because obviously Warpins are going to be very powerful in this scenario, so I mean, Zaun's doing his thing. He's going to have the chance to stay alive. He's going to take another base in his top side. The top center base is kind of wild, actually. Get down to the bottom side, trying to push in here. The other problem I have is that there's just no real, like, splits or anything from Zaun. It feels like everything's in the same place. It's dropping the main base will be defended at least. Maybe that's part of the problem. You've got to think about your own defense anyway. Advanced Ballistics is going to come around. We are going to see the Stalker's going to jump on those medevacs. They get cleaned up. Clem loses a bit of supply at the very least. Bio gathers, medevacs settle. Vikings on the ground, not the best supply to have on the ground, but obviously nowhere better for them to be. Need to give themselves up somehow. They're going to fight. Zell's going to get chased. Shots firing through. The Vikings continue to dodge. The Zealots We'll chase on forward. The Liberator is still sieging up overhead. There's a lot of bios starting to fight back. At the moment, you just see the Disruptor is going to fire through once more. And Blink Cross going to get rid of a Liberator as well. Nice to get rid of that. The Stalker now gets jumped on. Just gather. You see that Disruptor shot fire does not quite land. So that Stalker's coming through. Liberator's going to be sieging up. We are going to jump in. A couple of those Disruptors getting jumped on again. I'm going to try and close the distance. Gets another Disruptor picked off already. The odd Sound still has money for days at the moment. Now this gun coming down. See the army spreading. Clem has the potential to wrap around this as well. Zealots have been his main issue. I mean, Zealots are just so tanky in these scenarios, and that's a lot of what's happening at the moment. So units lost. 31k to 23k. I mean, Zaun has been throwing units at Clem pretty much the entire time. So he gets rid of a base here, but he's going to end up being surrounded. This might be the break that Clem needs. Not that many Zealots here, and the Disruptor count not exactly great either. I think any Disruptor that shoots right now is going to die. That is probably the only Disruptor that can fire. The one right in the back there. All the others here are going to die, though, as Clem just chases. The Disruptors get a bit of a gap, but yeah, that was a massive fight. That's what Clem's looking for, and that is going to do this as Zaun put up a hell of a fight. I think this is a game that Clem got ahead in fairly early on, and I mean, he maintained it. Just, I mean, Zaun played the style that on this map especially is going to be hard to break down. A lot of defensive positions that Zaun was able to hold on to. I do feel like Zaun could have done more with Zealots early in the game. I think he could have done more with some split armies himself. It's difficult, though, when you feel like you need to be the one defending against Clem, because, you know, then splitting your armies is not necessarily the greatest of ideas, so I appreciate that that is one of those things where a lot of the time it is more easily said than done. As the Disruptor shots continue to fire, but they are not landing. And at this point, the reinforcements are not enough. Clem is going to take game one of the best of 5. Where can you find the bracket? We're not linking the bracket because these are replays, and so if you look at the bracket, you're going to get spoiled. That is why. That is what's going on. This is Clem versus Zaun in the finals. Clem beats a combination of Rogue, Hero, Solar to get here. Zaun beat Geralt in the semifinals. That's all I know as well, because I'm not checking it, because I would also not like to be spoiled. Gonna go to Frostline for game 2. We're gonna give it just a moment though, guys. A little bit of a long game. We have to run ads just in case we get another long game back to back. Better be safe than sorry. I guess I think we're clear to go. Let's do it. This is the finals, guys. This is the finals. Clem's down, best of 5 final. Going into game number 2. In the top right-hand side, unable to quite corral that game back into his favor. It's going to be Zaun looking to try and get maybe up to a different start here on Frostline. We will see. Bottom left, our blue Terran. Team Liquid's Clem. As away we go. Game number 2. Let's see if we have some different vibes of how this game sets up, or... I mean, this map very different already. Frostline going to be a lot less common to see a longer game on this one. Maybe a fast Clem push, some marine tank or so. Drop a pylon down, gateway coming up. Just have a solid starting out then, Cybercore on the way. We have got a proxy panel on the bottom. It's double gas from Zound, so he's not looking to expand. It's going to be Zound to be a little bit of the aggressor here in this game number 2. Or proxy and Stargate is the obvious choice a lot of the time here. And there it is, Stargate goes down. So a proxy Stargate from Zound, and before Nexus as well. So this is going to be obviously a very quick Stargate, a quick setup. And well, let's see what happens. Let's see what we get as the Reaper goes back the other way. She catches the Zealot already coming across the map. Nice little catch, but that means it's not going to scout. So that's not ideal. We're going to fight. Zealot gets chased. The Adept coming now down to the bottom side as well currently, so just bringing that straight through. Just going to get that kill. 2 Reapers and a Hellion in production from Clem. Going to help a lot against units, but does not do much against the Oracle. That's going to be there. Reaper and the Hellion taking shots. We are going to see the CC. And it's going to be stopping him from building for a moment. So, like I said, it's going to be this Oracle. I think it's going to be very deadly to Clem right now, who has got 0 ways to shoot up. 0 is not exactly ideal, to say the least. Not exactly ideal. Well, we are going to go chasing another Adept. Clem probably feels like he's getting the catches of a lifetime right now, but this Oracle's going to fly in. 2 Marines are building. Let's see if they can make a difference. The Oracle will begin to go for some SCVs. I mean, this is, like I say, this is going to be tough. 3 workers going down. It's going to be 4 already, 5. Should be easily found. He misses that one that was low HP. The Reaper Hellion gets into the Protoss base, so Clem may be able to do some damage himself. As this Oracle's going to be out of energy. And, oh, there's nothing. Well, it's an Adept here. We already killed 4 probes, though, so we've already undone. There we go, 5 probes. We trade equally, unit-wise, worker-wise. And Clem obviously has got a command center coming up on the natural already as well. Cyclone locks on, Oracle gets turned away, Viking and Marines. Building up still from Clem here, so we continue to get that on the go. We're going to be seeing the Stalker and the Adept still gathering as well. Oracle will be overhead again. Cyclone, SCVs, Marines coming about, Twilight Council halfway done currently. Coming over, and we'll have ourselves a couple of Adepts joining up, the Stalker as well, Oracles will join together, Medevac and Marines will produce from Clem, and he will start to get onto the map. I mean, this is scary for Zound. It's going to be a pretty short rush distance. You've got no ramp into the natural. Zound's defense is not really very good. Oracles, I mean, basically Oracles. Can Oracles deal with the Marines and the Cyclones? I'm going to say no. I think there's too much from Clem, but we will see. It looked so good as well at first. It sounds just, he had no defense. I actually think losing those first 2 Adepts separately, at first I was like, whatever. But I actually think if they were together and they kind of get ready to defend those units at once, that makes such a different scenario, right? So that actually was a bigger deal than I thought it was at first. fight here as do you see the Oracle's going down? 2 Cyclones, a lot of Marines left, a Viking as well, GG. And Clem takes a 2-0 lead in the best of 5. Just like that. Kaboom, boom, pow. And we are off to the races. So, game number 2 goes the way of of Clem. And we are going to see if Zound can bring it back going into a game 3. So, let's get this up and running. Let's get this started. We're going to go into Abyssal Reef. And let's get this one started up. So, game number 3 coming out. Let's see where we get to. Top left-hand corner, all of a sudden just needs one map to take down this grand finals. Our red Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem. Bottom right, our blue Protoss is Zound. Alright, then game 3. Zound tried to get cheeky in the last game with the proxy Stargate. Did not have a defense. Going about engineering bay is on the way. Blocking that nexus. Oh, we're gonna go low ground nexus. It's that's very funky, isn't it? Definitely a bit of a different way to approach this one. All right, so low ground nexus. You blocked, but that would not be the nexus that I would rush to. Zound says, let's do it. Okay. Probe comes over, and you have a factory and our reactor coming through. The Nexus coming online from Zound. Let's see if Clem wants to do anything to try and punish that forward base. He's already built in a very safe expansion for himself, so it's already coming through initially. Clem coming up on the factory, the couple of Marines coming up on the barracks as well. Those 2 Marines positioned off to the side, and we will take a few moments, chill out, see where we're going to go to. Starport coming online. Command Center Marines all building up as well, so kind of a little bit of everything. And see where we go. So, take a couple of moments. So we're seeing our CC lifting off, moving over to the side. Hallucination is just going to pop up, blink on the way, gateway, probes, continue to build as well. Marines and the Cyclone coming inbound. Medevac going to drop off a little bit as well. We've seen our Guardian Shield pops up. Stalkers coming through, going to aim for the Medevacs. We've seen the Marines and the Cyclone just going to get turned away. So Clem getting a little bit aggressive onto this forward base, but not really succeeding just yet. Gonna step through once again, gonna try and get some of these Stalkers. I'm just gonna be having our Cyclones. Just a good little bit of micro pulling back here. The Blink gonna finish up. The Stalkers gonna get rid of one Cyclone, gonna get rid of the other though, and now they can chase down with Blink as well. Everything dies here, no? If we Blink for the Medevac right now, it's scary because of the low HP Stalker. Maybe the Vikings and Marines get that, and they get two. Two Stalkers go down, but you get the Medevac. The Viking dies as well. Pretty decent. Stalkers escaping away for the moment then, so we settle down. So we see our Stalker stepping through. Siege Tank going to get jumped on now as well. So we having that Siege Tank taking some damage. The Marines come over. Stalker still taking some hits. Just going to be seeing the Stalker flown up to the surface. Not exactly what you want to be seeing. As the Stalkers make their way out down to the bottom side. Stalkers out down the bottom, Stimpak and +1 coming through. Let's have ourselves the Nexus, Gateways, and Forge coming up as well. The charge continuing to build. We go to 3 bases, like I say. I mean, this forward base for Zaun to me was troublesome. He's defended the first wave of, problems that that base may provide him, so, step 1 in the right direction at least. Prism coming up, +1 attack, and the charge coming through. The additional gates are building as well here on the side of... on the side is down, so bringing all of that up into play. Stalker steps straight through the center of the map. Again, +1 on charge, coming online. Medevac, Marine Marauder. Stim combat +1. The Observer going to step through a little bit as well. Going to get into siege mode. Just get a little bit of extra vision. Keep an eye on things as well, as best we can for the moment. Hobbs moves back, so we're just going to reposition a little bit. Prism and the Medevac actually going to fly past each other there, so Prism's going to show up at a good time because Clem's trying to move out with the main army. Zaun's going to hit the counterattack exactly when you want to. Does Clem turn around? Yes, he does. Zaun buys himself more time to get more units available. Like I say, that's pretty much exactly what you want to happen, or what you want to have happen, so you got to love that. And back in the Widow Mines inside, cannons and a +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. And back still boosting around the bottom. There's a lot of Zealots setting up here, and Zaun in general is just looking to make a big bust, it seems. Looking to send this over the next few moments as Clem just trying to get the third base online. Zaun's already popped a Guardian Shield. Clem's coming out to the right side, so he's out of position. The Zealot's whole position there is... kind of feels like he lets Clem come through the choke. I mean, I guess you want to fight in a more open area anyways. Now he blinks for the tank, though, as Zaun drops a force field as well, trapping some of the bio units in. Stalker's focusing the Medevacs. Without healing, this Bioforce will not last, especially as the Zealots continue to get into the front lines. I believe we have got this Medevac coming back to the other side, but that's going to get picked off as well. The Prism's still here, some more Zealots get warped in. Zaun is down in supply, though, unfortunately. As he kills 9 SCVs, the worker count is even, so that's still fine for Clem. Army supply still in Clem's favor as well. As you step up, a couple of Widow Mines. Not going to fire there. Now we are going to try and target those. Trying to peel them away to the sides. The Stalkers have to blink back once more. We drop another round as Zard's warping in right here as Sound supply is not looking super pretty. But I tell you what, Clem's army is also low HP. You know, if there's a way for Zaun to win this, it is just the fact that his units are new and fresh. Clem's units are kind of, you know, a little bit stale. They've been left out overnight and not quite as fresh as they once were. Medevacs are, like I say, low in numbers. That as Zaun's doing, again, target firing those in the earlier fights. Did a lot for him. He's actually going to have enough to force the third base to evacuate as Clem can chase once more. Those few bio units are just not it right now. I mean, he's the one with all the stuff in production, but he's going to type GG. No way. Is this unholdable for Clem? Is this GG? GG's here. He's got 8 bio units on the field. There are units spawning. I would have liked to see him fight another 30 seconds. I would have liked to actually have seen Zaun end the game with this army. I actually think it might be difficult with the high ground, ramp, wall, etc. Yeah, I guess you force field the ramp and then you can lift over. You could actually lift over into maybe even a very good position like here, choked up area. Like the barracks provide a good choke point. Like I don't know if I hate that. More zealots coming in. I don't disagree that it feels like it's very bad, and it probably is very bad. I would have liked to have seen like 10 more seconds. So just to be completely convinced, that's all. Yeah, kind of crazy because it felt like Zaun was kind of making that happen with very little, you know? It felt like he didn't really have much of it. I mean, he didn't have an army advantage, right? It was very equal army supplies. Very close together there. As we get ready to go into a game number 4. Going to be on Ultra Love here in a few moments. So Ultra Love coming up for map 4 in just a couple of this best of 5 grand final. Alright, let's just gotta go and guys keep the games moving. Thanks for tuning in today as we cover some Olimoleague replays. We're gonna be on the OSC Championship over the weekend as well. So we'll be live with OSC tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. It's gonna be fun. Going to be fun. Let's go into game number 4. In the bottom left, had his first match point chance, didn't take it, is Clem. Still has 2 more chances to win this series. Whereas in the top right, must win every single game from here. Now on the scoreboard, it is Zaun, our blue Protoss. Zaun is one of my new faves, never watched him before. It's really nice to see Zaun come back from the military and just have a level of success, you know? It's not guaranteed when people come back from the military nowadays that you're going to see that kind of success, but Zaun's bringing it, man. He has genuinely been very good. Like I say, he hasn't played in everything. But what he does play in, he really excels in. Zealot on the way from Zaun as you get going on Ultra Love. So going Zealot, Cybercore, double gas. So delaying the Nexus. To build what? What is it that we want so quickly here, Zaun, on Ultra Love? What are we looking for? I'll drop the Nexus now, but Like I say, Cybercore finish. We'll have all the gas needed to build as we wish. Obviously, Nexus being after the CC is not a typical timing. Sentry. Very interesting delay on Nexus if you're just going to go like Sentry Stalker. I mean, that doesn't feel like it's really worth it, but Zone feels like he likes the build. Good enough to use it here when tournament life is on the line and he is in a must-win situation against Clem in this 4th game of the series. Stalker coming up, Gateway, Stalker, Warp Gate, all coming through. He's got the Reaper on the move. And Hallucination coming down to go and scout a little bit. That's the benefit again, the early Sentry. And we're going to go Phoenix behind it all. So a little bit of a different playstyle opening up with the Phoenix. And maybe we'll see multiple. We'll see Phoenix Colossix. Do we go Phoenix Charge? Good questions that can only really be answered by whatever our Protoss player wants to do. So we'll see what Zan wants to get up to. Given a little bit of time here, given a little bit of setting up. We'll see what's happening. Facility, Phoenix coming about. The Raven is on the way on the side of Clem, but Raven not ideal. Because obviously your opponent's playing Phoenix, so very high chance that Raven does not manage to do much. Let's see if the Raven can sneak around. Like I say, even if you do sneak around, you're going to get into that problem of in a position where you're going to be, you know, you can't stay there forever like you might sometimes want to try. What's up, Dave? Thank you so much for the 29-month resub. I'll just take a moment to remind you guys, if you are enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel. It helps us out massively. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Let's just have our Phoenix coming through. Actually spots the Raven, so we will be able to start jumping on that. We are going to drop an auto turret down in return. We're going to go back the other way. Commit to get the Raven. We lose some HP on the Phoenix, but guaranteeing the Raven goes down already is a big deal. As our Hellion continues to patrol. A couple of Phoenix going down the bottom. Stalkers and the Sentry setting up. Stim Combat and +1 coming through as well. Slowly with the 79-month resub 2, showing you guys how it's done. As our Phoenix come through, picking off the Hellion already. Able to get a bit of a grab. Phoenix move in toward the main base. Just gonna move straight in. Gonna go for a couple of these Marines. So a few Marines going down. See the bio gathering together, the siege tanks joining up. Yo, Balveda SC, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate it, thank you. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for using the Prime on the channel, it's free. Thank you, thank you. Alright. And also, down you go, WAV. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub also on the Prime. Thank you so much. These Phoenix get a little bit too close. We do lose one of their numbers, so one will fall. And if Evac escapes down the bottom right-hand side, again, +1 attack going through on the side of Clem, the charge building up on the side of Zaun. reload. Probe is going to get grabbed. Phoenix get chased away. I will push up. Widowmine's coming through. You see the Phoenix going to try and play cleanup here. They're going to be able to lift up everything they need to, so they're going to do a great job of that. You do see the units on this bottom side going to continue to get chased away. Guardian Shield going to be popping up. The Bio in the center pulling back as well. Clem just in trouble. He's lost a lot. Resources lost 2.5k to 750. I mean, the Raven, all the Bio units, the Medivacs are being going down. It's been a very good set of defenses from Zaun, who was down 0-2 in this series and maybe about to make his way to a 2-2 tied-up situation. Maybe, just maybe. As we are going to be seeing, I mean, Zaun is right here, right now in Ultra Love. Phoenix going to lift up the Marauders, take away some of the key units in this defensive Clem, who is just not going to have enough. GG, and Zaun takes us to Game 5. Alright, so Zaun will take us all the way. Thank you so much, Jiva, for the 3-month resub on the Prime to kickstart a hype train as we go into one final map of the day. Like I say, we are going to go into Clem and Zaun. Right now, into game number 5, we're going to be on ley lines to decide this series. So let's kick it off and see what happens as we get this one up and rolling. In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid, this is Clem. And he has just lost 2 in a row. Momentum has been lost. Can he bring it back on this one? Thanks so much. Hello, Zergling on the 95-month resub. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. Always good to see you. Oh, so we go all the way to game 5, and Clem's going to go proxy style. As you do see the 2 barracks building on the bottom of the map. So 2 racks going to get started up. Going to get that underway. We have the couple of racks, pylon, all the rest continue to come in for play for a few moments here. On the proxy rack is going to be double tech labs, so Clem going to get off to a very ferocious start. Nexus start coming through. Couple more orders coming up. And we are going to be seeing our attack settling in. I mean, Zaun is playing currently a expansion with no scouting, so he is in pretty much as much trouble as you can be in, because he's got no information as to what the hell's going on right here. He has absolutely no idea. No clue. Stalker on the way, Bolt Gate coming up. Couple of units from Clem working their way over towards the natural. And there we go. I mean, we start hitting this natural. Stargate on the way. We build a battery in the main base. Built in, yeah, I mean, well, where else can he build it, I guess? Yeah, Nexus is probably just going to cancel here, right? Clem's probably just going to sit and hit the Nexus. He's going to cancel concussive shells. Oh, that's so interesting. The thing for Clem is this is very committed. Do we like that he cancels concussive shells, honestly? Gets himself the factory at home a little bit earlier because he does. It takes away a lot of potential value of continuing, but with a Sentry on this high ground, you should, in theory, never get up there. So, yeah, there's the answer. We do like that. That's a good play. Cancels get the factory much sooner. he can, with the barracks and high ground vision, then still hit some positions. May even be worth him working around the right side and hitting this pylon that's connected to the gate and the cyber core. That might be an easier target than anything else. In fact, I think that would be absolutely a great target because the barracks is already there providing vision, so Clem should be able to find some value out of this, and that's exactly what he turns his attention to right now. As those Marauders start to hit, the pylon taking some damage. Stalkers, no concussive shells, that shouldn't matter too much. Oh, good force fields! Gonna force the fight, but we do lose a Stalker, unfortunately, so some of the DPS disappears. Obviously, the barracks will continue to provide high ground vision. We're out of battery energy, so we're going to turn back onto the pylon now. And these Marauders are going to get the pylon, but just before the pylon goes down, a new one repowers the gateway. So that shouldn't be an issue in the end. We've still got a Stalker out of this. The Void Ray shows up. There's no answer in the Void Ray's Clem. And that's why he's got the factory rushing up back at home to give him the Cyclone to get that underway. Void Ray even activating, and that is going to go after those Marauders. Clean those up. Can you get these replays? No. These replays are only given out by Olimoleague. Unfortunately, I can't even give these out even though I have them. They're only available... I don't even think you can support Olimoleague to get them yourself anymore. In the past, that used to be possible. Nowadays, it's just not a thing. So, fortunately, you'll just have to watch the VOD. So you see our Void Ray coming up to the top. The Marine, Cyclone, Viking all coming out. Twilight Council building up as well. Currently about halfway done. The Void Ray moves into the main base, where it's going to activate after a couple of SCVs. Cyclone locks onto the Void Ray. The hallucination comes over. Hallucination is going to fade as, again, 2 more barracks start up for Clem. The Cyclone and the Marine are building up. The Nexus, 2 of them at a time. The Zound double expands out of this. Clem is going to dodge the stasis with the Cyclone, pops it with a single Marine. Much less impactful to have a single Marine caught in a stasis ward than it is your Cyclones, which could be seen as a pretty major unit at this point. We've seen the stasis coming up. That's going to be having our Stalkers and Sentries going to take a moment to knock down some of those tech labs. Just going to open those out right now as well. Stalkers gather, Sentries join. Just going to see the hallucination popping up as well. And again, the Stalker's going to start moving on the map, see what they can do over the next few moments. It's just the Oracle getting turned away on the other side. Stalker step over. Again, stim back combat shield +1 coming through. Marine goes down already. Cyclone locks. Stalkers take damage. Oracle will come through and just going to drop a Revelation down. A few Marines in the front getting caught. Vikings and Cyclones in the main base hanging about as well. +1 attack, charge, gates, and probes. All being brought on through. The Robo Facility finishing up now as well. The battery about to be done. +1 attack and stim and combat shield all being brought into play as well. Maybe seeing our command center still building as Medevac Marine Marauder comes online. Going to pull toward the main base. We are going to see Clem has so much stuff. It's funny, this opening of Clem, because there was 2 racks proxied, the commitment was really there. Oh my goodness. Is he hold positioning on the edge? No, he's just very fortunate to have not walked into it sooner, I think. Almost looked like a master play, but not quite it at the end of it all. Bio continues down the bottom, just going to be moving across for a couple of moments. We are going to see the Guardian Shield going to pop up. Bio unit's going to get chased away. It's going to be seeing the rest of the Bio gathering together. Stalkers start to get there. Now they get turned around. Additional Zealots coming about. Immortal. +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. So bringing all of that up. Robobay even going to be added on from Zaun. Yeah, Clem just going to take his third base, but Zaun already building his fourth, so we continue quite so far. Again, Robobay Nexus all coming up. +1 attack coming through as well. Oracle's been pretty good at staying active, revelating, just trying to keep an eye on this Terran army whenever possible. Let's continue to do that whenever the opportunity presents itself. Stalkers would like to come through, a bit of Bio going to be there to try and fight back. A lot of SCVs coming over too. We have our auto mine's going to unfurrow, going to move over to the sides. So Thermal Lance coming through, +2 attackers on the way up. And Vex still moving down. Viking's going to be there. Bio coming across. Going to be seeing our army moving down to the bottom again. +2 attack. And Thermal Lance coming in. It's going to be a Stasis Ward going down. We'll lose one Stalker as Clem gets a Stasis Ward on a couple of Widow Mines. Colossus available. Not a lot to fight Colossus right now. It doesn't have range, but that doesn't necessarily matter too much. 8-9 SCVs going down as Zealots hit at a great time across the map. Zaun's going to struggle to keep the 4th base alive though, and that's going to be the issue as the 4th base will fall. While the rest of the Bio continues to step through. Stalkers have to blink it back a little bit further. Widow Mines are going to burrow. As like Thermal Lance comes in again, Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming about. A couple of Widow Mines getting jumped on as well. They will also get picked away out here, and Clem's going to decide to just back away. Supply blocked his opponent, killed off a 4th base. He's happy with the position. Took a bit of damage himself, just going to fall back the other direction now. Army gets back to the top. Bio going to be continuing to gather. Widow Mine goes down. Zealots are going to get blasted. Let's see the rest of the Bio joining up. Again, Medevacs gathering. Robo Facility and Temple Archives coming through as well. Next is still building is our +1 ship weapons. About halfway done. Missile turrets are building through, the barracks are coming online. Bio still gathers up. Step forward, the Vikings going to be joining up here. Away we go, making a bit of a move. The Bio and the Medevacs Ghost as well, all stepping forward. Colossus is going to fire. Zealots, Stalkers stepping through initially. Rest of the Bio splits apart. Zaun backs away. Clem surviving for the moment. Just going to be seeing still the 2-2 upgrades coming about. The +3 attack, the +1 armor. Good upgrades for Zaun, right? I mean, especially against some of the armor upgrades into play now as well. So they will get sniped down. Widow Mine's going to do a lot to those initial Zealots. So while the Widow Mine's full, I like what they did. There's a good amount of splash. 2 upgrades about to be done. +1 ship weapons coming about. Vikings, Marauders coming through as well. The Bio Ghost will be there when the Oracle turns away. +3 attack. And the Storm building as we speak. The Observer also coming through. That Bio Force still just gathering out toward the front. Planetary Fortress not far from finishing. Another revelation. This army steps through. I mean, just the Stalkers lingering in the center. Clem starting to split a few units down the bottom side. Going to get right past, I think, any vision of the Protoss. So, might be able to hit that base pretty hard with this hit squad of Bio. No medevac either. Just going to run straight in and look for workers. Down. He's going to have to pull back. I mean, he's not paying attention right now. Clem's just going to target the Nexus. I'm going to have to hold mineral line with the lack of response that Zaun's brought to this. He's going to get a few probes in the end. I mean, maybe this is mostly about the chase, because now this army pulled back. Clem chases. He gets rid of 1 Colossus so far. The Vikings are chipping at the next. If those Colossus fall, you have no splash damage, and no splash damage is not a fun place to be right now. As Zaun tries to split some units off to the left-hand side, but he's playing dangerous games. There's another Colossus, and like I say, the splash damage is being picked from the skies. It's becoming an issue very quickly. Fusion Core still building. More Vikings on the way. 3 upgrades, +2 ship weapons. Looking for the Ghosts. All coming online here as another EMP drops onto the Zealots. A Storm comes down in return. Back and forth with each other here for a few moments. Another Storm drops down. Archon will morph. Shots coming over again, the Zealots coming around, Stalkers, the Archon, the Mortals coming through. They're still joining up, the Vikings are stepping forward. Seeing the couple of Immortals stepping up to this high ground, going to jump onto this planetary fortress. Glitter mines all over the place. The Bio's still pushing in. Trying to see what more we can do. As you see now, army coming around. 16 SCVs going down. So a lot of workers. So let's get warped in again. We will just see our storms coming through. So it's going down again. 181 to 150. I mean, this is the issue as well. Right now, it's like your entire army really revolves around these 2 disruptors. If these 2 disruptors do nothing, you already see that everything else is melting in the process. The disruptors hit a Ghost and a Viking. And that ain't going to do it, especially when now you get these disruptors chased down. They will force. There's no follow-up for you at all. And Zaun is going to likely be in too much trouble. Lib, Medivacs, Marauders coming through, Zealots and the Disruptor building up, the shield upgrade coming by as well. Zaun's army is very heavily stimmed, and maybe that is going to be Zaun's way to potentially win a fight. Or to hold Clem off or something. I mean, Zaun still has a good setup of bases. If he catches a break, it might just be the fact that this army's low HP and the Medivac count is not there. Clem's fixing that though. 3 Medivacs in the production tab alongside those Ghosts, which are currently being added into play. The Zealots are charging up this ramp. Stalker's taking damage. The Zealots keep coming through. The Medivacs have to keep fighting backward. Some Stalkers step through. The Zealots are going to step forward. We've seen this army still stepping away. The couple of Zealots getting picked away at. 2 more Disruptors and Zealots all continue into play. Sand Army just ain't going to do it again. Just did not really have the quality kind of left alive after some of those previous fights, and now you're starting to see the repercussions of that and the problems that you're ending up with. As Clem steps through, going to try and deny some mine, deny some bases. Clem's going to siege up. He gets set. Stalkers keep going through. Void Ray going to activate. We are going to be seeing. I mean, Clem basically just chasing down this force. The Zealots are kind of running up and right and having an okay time of it. The Disruptor from left field has to be dodged, but now the Zealots turn to fight. It's just not going that well. We didn't even really need the Liberators to make the difference. We get a Marauder with the Disruptor shot. The Zealots are still dropping. I mean, Zan supply is still going in the same direction. GG's. Clem takes it 3-2 in this best of 5 series. Clem knocks it down and he wins this grand final. He wins this Olimoleague, a very stacked Olimoleague, especially the section that we watched through. Pretty sick win from Clem. I mean, you go through Rogue, Hero, Solar, Zaun, some top Korean competition, and Clem gets rid of them all one by one to be at the top. Thank you so much for supporting, guys. Appreciate you guys supporting. Yeah, appreciate all the subs and stuff, because we've just about been able to stay above 600. We've been dropping over the last couple of weeks. So hopefully we can get a bit of a shove back on that. We're going to have some WardiTV events coming around again. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's been a very rough month for us. Just straight up and honestly, the ad revenue has been absolutely atrocious, and it's just been kind of rough. But we're going to have some WardiTV events, what we can put up coming through soon. There's going to be a tournament next weekend that's been sponsored by a community member, so we'll have more info on that very soon as well. I'm going to get that info up tonight. And like I say, this weekend I'm going to be covering OSC Championship. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, OSC Championship games. Tomorrow, I can tell you already what you're going to see. Tomorrow you can watch Shin vs Solar, Christiana vs Mana, the winner of those two matches against each other. Kyo vs Spirit, Skillers vs Nightmare, winner of those two matches against each other. There's also Hero, Max Pax, Dark, Bjorn, and Clem alive in the winner bracket, I believe. I believe it's Max Pax versus Hero, winner versus Bjorn, and Dark versus Clem. It's currently the setup in the in the winner bracket of OSC Championship. So we've got some great plays and great matches coming up over the next few days. So make sure you follow, like, and subscribe to come back and see more in the future. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry for the little tech issue midway through as well. My internet just went down for a little bit, but we got back on track. Just a little bit of a disruption. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. I got to go get some stuff done. So thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you all. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys next time for more StarCraft 2, aka tomorrow. Same time, same place. Twitch and YouTube on WardiTV. See you guys there.